Здравствуйте. Hello. I'm Roy Scheider. And I'm very pleased to be hosting this remarkable series about one of the most extraordinary countries in the world, the Soviet Union. Together we're going to take a journey that most Westerners never take. We're going to meet the Soviet people, see their country as they see it, hear what they have to say about themselves and about us too. We're going to start right here in Red Square in Moscow, the capital. Everywhere you turn here, there's a bit of Russian history or a bit of Soviet history. Ivan the Terrible, the father of the Russian Empire, lived there in the Kremlin. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, father of the Soviet Union, is buried there. Lenin was the first Soviet, and he was a Russian. Before we can understand the Soviets and the Soviet Union, we have to understand the Russians, because the Russians are the driving force in the Soviet Union. What we need to know is, what is the special quality that makes them so unique? Who are the Russians, and what is their Russianness? Russia and the Russians were once described as a riddle wrapped in a mystery inside an enigma. That was over 40 years ago. Most of us know as little about them today as we did then. For years, the Russians submerged their ethnic identity in the interest of forging the new Soviet state. Today, secure in their Soviet citizenship, Russians more and more are asking themselves, who are we? What is our Russianness? Where is our past? The Russian psyche is deeply rooted in the vast Russian plain and the rivers that course through it. Here in the countryside, on the frozen river Volga, is as close to the soul of Russia as you can get. This is the very heart of the motherland. A motherland that is also the heart and much of the body of the Soviet Union. Of the 15 Soviet republics, the Russian Republic is the largest. 7,000 miles from west to east, more than twice the size of the United States. 138 million Russians occupy 3/4 of the nation. Visions of the past are everywhere in this land. Captured in a bittersweet folk song is a tale of love, found by chance and then lost.
Это было давно, лет 17 назад. Вез я девушку трактом почтовым. Круглолица пела, словно тополь стройна, и покрыта платочком шелковым.
The twin messages of melancholy and hope are easily understood by any Russian. Reaching for the future, searching for the past, Zhana Bichevskaya is the Joan Baez of Russian folk singing. She spent a lifetime collecting traditional ballads. Her mission, simply to bring the musical riches of Russia's past into a Soviet present, and perhaps to stir a bit of thought about past, present, and future. If Jana's music is traditional in content, the packaging is certainly modern, including a song taught to her by her friend Harry Belafonte.
Oh! Oh! Amazing grace, how sweet the sound to save rich like me.
Jana Bichevskaya's performances pack a house. Her audiences draw from every age group, young and old touching base with their Russian roots, and in passing, a bit of America's too.
But now can
Just outside of Moscow, living in the most amazing grace, is an enclave of top Russian artists. The village of Peridelkino is a peculiarly Russian phenomenon, a writer's community. The late Boris Pasternak, author of Dr. Zhivago, lived here and started it all. Now many princes of literature have their homes in this Russian Beverly Hills.
Walt Whitman once said in one open letter to Russia, "We Americans and Russians, we both are children of big spaces. It gives us possibility to understand each other."
Yevgeny Yevtushenko, internationally renowned poet.
And Pushkin said once, "We have inner secret freedom. Freedom as a secret, sometimes hidden way of thinking." That's why Russia was a real motherland of anarchism, for instance. So, in Russian character, you always find some pieces of slavery, and same time, absolutely incredible thirst for freedom.
Tonight, in Moscow's Architects Club, Yevgeny Yevtushenko will perform.
I always have butterfly in stomach. I'll read some old poems, including Babi Yar, and some new poems. And I'll say, read me, you watch for fragments first time.
Yevtushenko's poetry has courted the wrath of the authorities for over 25 years. In 1961, he rocked the world with these words. "A boot kicks me aside, helpless. In vain I plead with these pogrom bullies. While they jeer and shout, 'Beat the Yids, save Russia,' some grain marketeer beats up my mother." Babi Yar, a criticism of anti-Semitism in the Soviet Union. In Russia, words are a powerful weapon. In Russia, a respected poet, and most good ones are respected, can be as popular with their audiences as a pop star and wield enormous amounts of influence. Influence that can move governments as well as people. It's expected Yevtushenko will not pull his punches tonight.
Russian people sometimes very childish, like Americans. All children sometimes they're cruel to themselves, like we are. We are now, all, if we learn lessons of all our history, we're so many times cruel to ourselves.
In this poem, The Heirs of Stalin, written 25 years ago, Yevtushenko hisses a warning to his people of the cruelties of their past. The young honor guard who reverently watch over Lenin's tomb purged it of Joseph Stalin's body.
медленно плыл, задевая краями штыки. Он тоже безмолвным был, тоже, но грозно безмолвным, угрюмо сжимая.
Be vigilant, Yevtushenko warns. Be vigilant, for the heirs of Stalin may still be around. The days of the dictator's purges must never return. It's just what a Russian audience wants to hear. An incisive commentary on the past with clear resonances for the future.
Возле Братска, в поселке.
Russians adore the poetic form, especially when it's performed by the author. No nuance escapes them. They love literature, and not just their own.
I don't idealize my nation, but I could say that we know Western literature, Western art much better than people in the West know Russian.
Усмехался, все это ложь.
I could not imagine one Russian who didn't imagine himself in his childhood or Huckleberry Finn or Tom Sawyer, or one Russian girl who didn't imagine what she is, Becky Thatcher, in cave, frightening by terrible Indian Joe. I don't know even one uneducated Russian who does know one line by Pushkin, or even one line from me. And so, if you see grave of Vysotsky, you always will see crowd of people. His grave is covered by flowers.
Singer, poet, actor, Vladimir Vysotsky died in 1980. Alive, he was shunned by the authorities. Dead, he is a Russian hero. Today, his words, an inspiration to Russian youth. Daily, those words are recited by a Moscow taxi driver, while Russians pay silent homage to his legend.
Я песню придумать хотел, но дрожала рука, и мотив со стихом не сходился. Белый аист московский на белое небо взлетел. Черный аист московский на черную землю спустился. Белый ангел московский на белое небо взлетел.
Moscow's Kremlin is the Soviet Union's White House and Capitol Hill combined. But the Kremlin is more than the seat of Soviet government. It's a place of pilgrimage and national pride, a place where a Soviet present and a Russian past combine. Once, the Kremlin was the home of czars. Today, it belongs to the people. Each day, thousands of tourists, many Russian, walk through its cobblestone streets, marveling at their heritage. Russia's history is long and tumultuous. 800 years ago, when Moscow was simply an outpost, there were powerful Slav principalities ruled by fierce warlords who called themselves Russians. A Viking named Rurik founded the country in 862 AD, and the Russian state with its independent principalities flourished until the 13th century, when a fearful scourge swept across the plain from the east, the Tartars. Tartar domination reigned for 300 years. Their invasion would not be the last that the Russians would face. Despite a turbulent past, the legacy that survives is stunning and impressive. Kremlins, or fortified monasteries, every bit as powerful in their day as Moscow's is today, still grace many a country town. The tiny town of Suzdal, 100 miles northeast of Moscow, has historical treasures that are irreplaceable. The state has invested millions to preserve them. These murals are a legacy from the time when Russians prayed that the candle of Russianness would not go out. The time of the Tartar domination. 600 years later, it still shines. In Russia today, there is unquestionably a reawakening of national spirit and pride. Some of these icons are masterpieces that barely made it to the 20th century. Suzdal's art students, who lovingly restore them, are keeping the candle of Russianness alive, as did the masters who created them. Not all the work going on in Suzdal is museum art. This 14th century gate, part of the very texture of the town, was also restored by the college under the guidance of a remarkable man. Vyacheslav Basov is a Samorodok, Russian for self-taught master of a craft. Samorodoks are much respected.
I think man was created to make a song with his hands, to create beauty. It's impossible to live without beauty. The blacksmith craft is the most important in life. I've dedicated my life to discovering ancient techniques like the secrets of Damascus steel. I want to pass this on to my students.
Samorodok Basov is Russian right down to his boots. His students adore him.
He's a great man, a very kind man. He's very spiritual and a good teacher. He doesn't hide anything or keep any secrets, and he's very proud when he hears that one of us is successful.
And one of Basov's students has been remarkably successful. Sasha, his prize student, has won a competition to design the interior of this new wine bar.
I want to decorate this new bar in old Russian style, but using my own contemporary designs. There'll be 2 chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, wrought iron with horse's head under the lights.
We've got to preserve the beautiful things of our past. Not just for ourselves, but for our children and for their children.
Zagorsk is the Vatican City of the Russian Orthodox Church. Historically, the church in Russia was always one of the twin pillars of power. Church and state were inseparable. Today, the church, for so long a misfit in an atheist state, seems to be gaining a new recognition. but not so much for its Christian message as simply for its inherent Russianness.
Русская национальная культура неотделима от ее.
Russian national culture is inseparable from the historical past of the church. Of course, our historical past means a lot to us.
Metropolitan Peterin.
Вчера говорил в своей проповеди.
Only yesterday in my sermon I mentioned that the church means unity, not only the mystical unity of human souls, but also unity with our past and our future. Obviously, as times have changed, so also has the number of people who belong to the church changed. There was a time when connection with the church gave some social advantages. Today, belonging to the church doesn't give any advantages to a Soviet citizen. That's why the person who does belong belongs for his inner beliefs and is truly a practicing Christian.
Не бойся принять жены твоей, ибо родившийся в ней есть от Духа Святого.
Atheist though the state may be, freedom to worship as you please is enshrined in the Soviet Constitution. And there is a degree of religious tolerance. Parental tolerance is another matter.
Да сбудется сказанное Господом.
Причастники, выслушайте молитву перед святым причащением и внимательно повторяйте их про себя. Верую, Господи, исповедую, яко Ты есть его истину Христос, Сын Бога живаго.
As the Russians endure, so does their church. 1,000 turbulent years, and both are still alive. Small towns like Rostov-Veliki. The rhythm of life here is governed by the weather. 40 below in winter, the 90s in midsummer. There's a feeling that everything around you has seen it all before. A 14th century monastery overlooks Tamara and Stanislav Alexeyev's garden. The Alexeyevs built their house with their own hands 3 years ago. Tamara and Stanislav share their home with their daughter-in-law, Marina. Their son, Sasha, Marina and Sasha's 2 children, and Sasha's 16-year-old sister, Ira. Ira and her school friend, Tanya, are in that world that teenage girls most anywhere live in.
I'd like to be a fashion designer. Women's clothes, men's clothes, design different styles of clothes. I'm very interested in that.
They huddle about fashion ideas, rock and roll, boys, and a new craze that's catching on among the youngsters, Jane Fonda-style aerobics.
We've heard a lot about your country, and we are interested. We like your music. There was a television satellite bridge between our countries. I liked it very much. I saw people just like us. No different. We'd like to meet American girls of our own age, to have a heart-to-heart talk, to find out what they are interested in, what their problems are, how they spend their free time. Just to talk to them. Of course, we'd ask them about American boys.
На дискотеку мы ходим, так как там наши друзья, сверстники, общий интерес с ними.
We like going to the discotheque because our friends go there, people our own age. And of course we like the music.
And what about boys? Are they interested in meeting them there?
Yes, of course. You bet.
Ira's father, Stanislav, is an electrician. A gentle, shy man, he's proud of the harmony in his household.
At home, Tamara and I help each other. There is no boss. If she's doing one job, I do another.
An indulgent father would put up with anything. It takes mom to come to the rescue. Peace at last.
I'm very interested in news, in what's going on in Afghanistan and in the Middle East, how the struggle against the nuclear threat's going. But the main question right now is perestroika, the government's reconstruction policy, how it will affect us. There's also the beginning of a policy of openness. Something happens one day and it's openly talked about on television and in the newspapers the next day. There's been nothing like it in my lifetime.
Ира! Таня! Идите посмотрим баскетбол.
Although the girls are interested in sports, they have other things on their minds for tonight.
What are you doing tonight?
We're going to the discotheque.
The discotheque, huh?
Life wasn't this way in Rostov-Veliki when Stanislav was a boy.
I've lived in Rostov-Veliki all my life. I know I sometimes take it for granted, but whenever I leave town for a few days, I'm soon drawn back. It sort of bewitches you.
Saturday's a shopping day for the Alexeyevs. Their stroll down to Rostov-Veliki's main street is as much a day out as it is for shopping. Like most Russians living in the country, they're pretty self-sufficient, with preserved vegetables and fruits from their garden. But it's a chance to take the air and see what's going on in town. Like all Russian women, Tamara's a working wife. She's a quality control inspector in the town's enamel factory and earns $180 a month with occasional bonuses. Stanislav earns $270 a month. If this sounds very low, it's not. Most of their domestic expenses are state subsidized. But how do they manage when they need something really expensive?
If you want to buy an expensive item, you can take out a short-term loan. Of course, the family budget suffers, but we always managed.
You can buy most things you need here. The shops aren't too bad for a small town. I don't use many cosmetics, but I would like more fashionable clothes. We sometimes go to Yaroslavl, a bigger city, to buy special things, or go to Moscow.
I haven't got a car, and I don't really want one now. I'm nearly 50. Maybe if I'd had one before, it would be different. Now it doesn't seem to matter.
Maybe Stanislav Alexeyev has the right idea. Somehow cars and Rostov Veliki don't quite go together. In the city, however, it's a different matter. The streets of Moscow aren't exactly jammed with traffic, but in recent years, the increase has been dramatic. Slowly but increasingly, life for the Russians is following a path well worn in the West. Russian consumers, indeed all Soviet consumers, want more and better goods. For all its glitter, this shop is exceptionally well stocked. Many others are not. But this is the time of the year when the shopping frenzy is on, and no Russian will deny his family at New Year.
Everyone asks, Corinthian leather? Of course, why not the best? It's the same with our new Chrysler New Yorker. It gives you everything. Powerful V6, anti-lock brakes, front-wheel drive, rich leather, 770 protection plan. And Chrysler's exclusive Crystal Key program, complete car coverage with owner care that's even better than Rolls-Royce or Mercedes. Chrysler New Yorker gives you the one thing you always wanted in a luxury car. Everything.
Great sale, if you know karate. They grab the good stuff. I get dumped, bumped, pushed aside, and yelled at. I've got a headache, this big, and it's screaming for Excedrin.
Excedrin, the headache medicine. Regular strength pain relievers give you only this much medicine, but Excedrin gives you this much more. Nothing proven stronger without a prescription.
I had a headache this big, but I took Excedrin, and it's gone.
Excedrin, from Bristol Myers. Excedrin, the headache medicine.
Even with all you spend to keep your home beautiful, you may be overlooking something. Termites, hiding just beneath the surface, destroying your home from the inside out. Call Orkin.
You know, for about the price these people are having to pay to fix this one door frame, we can protect your whole house. After that, if termites ever damage your home, we'll repair it, whatever the cost. Call number 1. For termites, we just might be all the protection you'll ever need.
What's for dinner? That's a question you must answer 365 dinners a year. Well, Lipton Recipe Soup Mix gives you days and days of delicious ideas, like onion-baked pork chops, country-style pot roast, a savory meatloaf, and pasta primavera. Only Lipton's toasted onion pieces and special seasonings could make food taste this delicious. So what's for dinner? Lipton.
Life in the United States? No. Life in the Soviet Union. Be here when Portrait of the Soviet Union continues.
Tomorrow night, 8:05 Eastern, on the Superstation.
Monday, New Hampshire, the first colony to claim their independence from the British. The first state to hold a political primary, where Yankee ingenuity gave the people their character and their freedom. Discover New Hampshire on the next Portrait of America, 12:05 Eastern on the Superstation Monday night.
Russian New Year is a festival of parties, gifts, and delicacies, and the Russians grab at it with both hands, especially the street vendors. It's a time for family, friends, and children. Russians love their children. This all looks like Christmas, right down to a Russian Grandfather Frost. Well, for the children, anything. Everything seems to have a traditional touch to it. Traditional costumes, traditional bagels, traditional babushkas, grannies, fighting with the best of them to stay at the head of the line in the traditional New Year's spending spree. Throughout the New Year period, parks like Moscow's Gorky Park are jammed with families like the Semyenkas. Svetlana, Ivan, and their daughter Masha enjoy the holiday atmosphere and the time it gives them together as a family.
I think the family is important in our country. Of course, we have divorces and there are orphans, the kind of problems you know in the West. The children always suffer most. It's important to realize, though, that women today don't want to lose their status. They want to be active members of society. They want to go to work. Of course, they also want to be at home with their families as wives and mothers. It can create problems. I've got a long work day, and it leaves a mark on those closest to me, starting with my husband. Fortunately, he understands the difficulties of my job.
Perhaps it's her strong bond of family that drives Lieutenant Semyenka in her work as a special officer in Moscow's finest. Here, like everywhere in the world, as society becomes more complex, so does the nature of crime. But Moscow's authorities are determined not to just sit around and watch. The figures for drugs, alcohol, and violence-related crimes are on the increase. Many youngsters are getting involved. Svetlana heads a special squad of 40 officers whose purpose it is to prevent teens from getting seriously involved.
I love my job because the youngsters we are dealing with are the future of the country. It requires persistence, but maybe most of all a love of young people.
Her love of young people doesn't mean that Lieutenant Svetlana Semyenka is a pushover, as tough guy Master Dumchev with the Boy George badge will soon discover.
What's your name?
Dumchev.
Why are you here?
Fighting.
Fighting where?
School.
Okay, Andrei. From now on, we'll be watching your behavior very closely. Understand? You will report regularly, and we will ask your school and local police officers to tell us how you're behaving. If you don't change your ways, you'll never get off our list, and you are heading for serious trouble. Do you understand? Any questions? Okay, Andrei. Have a happy new year.
Does it help for a female officer to be good-looking?
It might be useful for a policewoman, but really it's not as important as the right approach. Each youngster needs a different one. Sometimes you need to speak very firmly, and sometimes you need to take a much softer line, like a mother. You have to make them feel you really want to help them. That's much more important than looking pretty.
Unlike Andrei, Sergei has straightened out. Svetlana is pleased to tell him that he's off their books. The matter of drinking underage is for now behind him. As the city settles down into its evening rhythm, Svetlana discusses her day with Ivan. Then turns her attention to the New Year shopping, her own family, and a surprise that many Russian children will have before the day is out. First, the gifts must be collected. Simple toys, not a battery in sight. But their success has stood the test of time here. The lines seem endless, the wait forever, but the results are what counts. In Russia, on this special eve, you can hire Grandfather Frost and his snow maiden to give your presents to the little ones. The magic never fails.
Устал я что-то. Долго мы к вам забирались. Но пока я отдохну, ты, Снегурочка, расскажи, как мы сюда ехали. А маму с папой ты слушаешь? Все помогает. А как твоего братика зовут?
Русик.
Русик? А Русику сколько лет?
Тут, когда ему детишки стихи рассказывают, песенки поют.
For Dina to receive her presents, she must perform a task for the wondrous couple. She's decided to recite a poem about New Year and the magic fir tree.
Были бы у девочки ножки, побежала бы она по дорожке, заплясала бы она вместе с нами, застучала бы она каблучками, засмеялись бы на елочке матрешки и захлопали от радости в ладошки, потому что нынче ночью у ворот постучался развеселый Новый год, новый, молодой, золотою бородой.
Песню пел про день рождения.
But it's not over yet. There's another part to the drama. Can she answer the riddle of the crocodile?
Как крокодила зовут? А?
It's a tricky one. Dina doesn't know. Never mind. Of course she'll get her presents anyway.
Когда мы к тебе в следующий раз приедем, ты выучишь, да? А видишь, какой у дедушки мешок? Ну ладно, Диночка, до свидания, с Новым годом.
До свидания, ребята, до свидания. До свидания, с Новым годом.
Папа!
Ой, какие красивые.
Everyone is happy. In Russia at New Year, children rule.
It's a big world, and nobody knows more about helping kids grow into it than Flintstones, with all the vitamins kids need. Flintstones, America's favorite.
These days, you gotta stay on top of things, because times have changed. This small pickup, the Ford Ranger, now outsells Toyota. And what's more, Ranger has more features and a lower sticker price than Toyota. Features like tachometer, interval wipers, and light group. Plus, Ranger's got a fuel-injected engine. And to top it off, Ranger has a 6-year, 60,000-mile powertrain warranty. Toyota doesn't. Sorry to burst your bubble, Toyota, but Ranger's on top now.
Now, during Ford's Leadership Celebration, get a $500 cash bonus on Ranger.
It's over there, sir. What is it?
I think it's human.
Let's get it out.
A frozen skier was removed from the glacier today in the high mountains outside of Zermatt, Switzerland.
1988.
The skier has been identified as David Atterbury, missing for 26 years.
He's alive.
What happened?
You'll be just fine.
You're doing better today. Someone to see you.
I'm Lorraine Callahan. My father was your New York Life agent. Now I am.
Callahan, of course.
Those financial plans you and my father put together? I'm very well.
Your future is coming. Get the most out of life with New York Life.
The last year has seen major changes in the Soviet Union. Not least is the new spirit of glasnost, or openness. For Russians like poet Yevgeny Yevtushenko, it's meant that the once banned works of Boris Pasternak, author of Dr. Zhivago, can now be officially read in his own language, in his own country, by his own people.
I think Pasternak was a part of immortal conscience. He was one of last moral controller of society. You know, when Pasternak died, I wrote one poem entitled A Fence. So, you see fence which divides these fine trees. Is that like way some people from our bureaucracy wanted to divide Pasternak's poetry from the rest of the people? But in the open air, both trees embrace each other with their branches. So Pasternak's poetry embraces now us, and we embrace him.
The recognition of Boris Pasternak's work is a direct response to the call for openness. There is a new mood among the Soviet people. Here in Moscow, people are still cautious about the way things are going, but the mood is real and deepening. It can be felt, not just among the Soviet intelligentsia, but from the man in the street as well. A few hundred yards from the Kremlin is a Moscow institution that once thrived on good times and creative debate. Slaviansky Bazaar Restaurant had its heyday before the revolution. The favorite haunt of Moscow's bohemian artists. Stanislavski, Repin, Shaliapin, even Chekhov frequented Slaviansky Bazaar. The private side rooms where these giants of literature and theater once discussed their art are back in business. This is an office retirement party, and these ladies, in their own way, are just as wild as any bohemian artist. Amid all the customary Russian toasts of good health, good luck, prosperity, and here's to the future, one lady, completely impromptu, decided to make her own toast to the camera.
Мы встретились с нашими друзьями из Америки.
To our American friends, we want to live together in friendship.
We hope this new year will bring us more openness, how we say, glasnost. This year will bring us more freedom, more prosperity for our people, and of course peace, because without peace, even openness doesn't mean anything.
Soviets, Russians, no matter how they think of themselves, are they still a riddle, wrapped in a mystery, inside an enigma? Millions immensely recall. Well, some things have improved dramatically, especially in Russia. It's not just igloos and ice shacks out there anymore. Many hands that work in Siberia, not all of them belong to men. One mighty river flows out of Lake Baikal on its way to the Arctic, the Angara. A key resource to unlocking many of Siberia's treasures, like the taiga's 5,000 miles of virgin timberland. Hydroelectric power from the Angara Dam has made possible the huge lumber plant at Ust-Ilimsk. Plant and town are one. This is the new face of Siberia, and it's very young. The average age is 26, and over half the residents are women. Women here definitely carry their share of the workload. The nation shows its appreciation every year. March 8th, Women's Day in the Soviet Union, an important national holiday. Working women celebrating their femininity. These models are from the Ustalivsk lumber mill. It's all in the spirit of holiday fun, but some people get nervous anyway. She's Svetlana Chubuskaya from the Crimea. At age 17, she's an electrician. She says the job has its good points and its bad points.
От смазки у женщины руки портятся.
Engine oil and grease for your hands. There's constant irritation. But anyway, I came here to work because I thought it was important. I really like the idea of working in Siberia. While I'm young and healthy, I do this job, but I plan to change jobs later. I don't want to become tough. I have to find something later that's more feminine. I want to stay the weaker sex. Personally, I'm against women being treated like men. Equal rights is something else. When I started here at first, I was scared because there are no other women working with me. But all the guys have become my friends.
Working in the forest here in winter is like walking through a forest of razor blades. The crackling sound your voice makes at 60 below, they call stars whispers. There are compensations, and not just money. Many who come here are komsomol, young committed Soviets whose sense of patriotism, duty, and love of country is what brings them here. The work they do is their own reward. Marina and Tanya work as a team at the lumber mill. They share a 2-room apartment with 3 other women in a dormitory provided by the plant. Tanya believes that her work at the mill is important to the nation and to the development of Siberia.
I didn't come here to get married or to make more money. I came because what's happening here is important to me. I'm a Komsomol member, and whatever I do is not just for my own sake. My duty is to the state.
The plant is mother and father to many of these young adventurers who have come to Siberia to make a new life. And even if Tanya did not come to find a partner, others did. There are plenty of eligible partners around. Women's Day is a very special day in the Soviet Union. The day when men take a back seat, while the ladies revel in 24 hours of self-pride, self-congratulation, and above all, self-indulgence. It's important to the women in the dormitory that they look good as well as feel good. And it takes a little extra time and effort if, like Lena, you've been working at the lathe and machine shop all week. It's not exactly the environment to enhance a woman's natural charms. But like the others, Lena will do her best. And her best is pretty good. Good enough to make her a contender in the dormitory's Women's Day competition. All her feminine skills are on trial here.
There are plenty of good boys here, but it takes time if you want to find the right one to marry. I came here with my family, and I stayed because I like this place. There's lots of young people here.
Lots of young people and a young, fresh spirit in Ust-Ilimsk. This new city is a Soviet showplace with a population that stays at 100,000 because they planned it that way. There are some who are beginning to demand more entertainment and more amenities. It could dispel any lingering doubts about the planners' commitment to make Siberia the place of tomorrow. Lena won second prize in the Women's Day competition, but her real prize might come if she caught the eye of an admirer in the audience. There's a good chance she did.
I'm not going to leave Siberia. This is my home now. The town's got great prospects. It will be a big town one day, and the plant will develop more. It means a lot to all the young people here, and to me personally. I think working here in Siberia is good for me, and it's good for my country.
Nerungri is a clean, bright, fresh town of 70,000 that was conceived, planned, and thoughtfully blended into the taiga landscape. Nerungri is the newest city in Siberia. Young people from all over the Soviet Union have come here to start a new life and raise a family. Where there was once wilderness, there is now a community, connected to the outside world by roads, an airport, and thoughts of peace, displayed in signs on buildings all over. This is coal country, but unlike many coal towns, Nerungri is a carefully planned city. The coal enrichment plant, the largest in the Soviet Union, is located well away from where the workers live. The plant and the 3-mile-wide open cast mine that feeds it runs on 3 shifts, 24 hours a day. 8,000 miners claw out more than 13 million tons of coal each year. There's enough coal on the surface here to last another 30 years. By Soviet standards, the workers are well paid. Miners and plant workers earn 550 rubles a month. Drivers who pilot the 20-foot-high, 300-ton trucks earn 1,000 rubles a month, 5 times the national average. But they earn every ruble. The work is hard, and when the temperature is 50 below, it seems impossible. Still, they continue to come. Workers sign on for 3 years, and some stay.
I'd just leave this door on a minus 40. After that, big hat and big jacket on. But it's very dry. If you look at the snowflakes, they're only very small. It's because they're that dry. There's absolutely no dampness. Metal, let us tube compressor прищепник.
А может, вкладыш?
Нет.
А как торус турбокомпрессора? Он клинит сразу.
Нет, it's an old tube compressor. Supposed to be collector.
David Pierce, an Englishman, came to Siberia under contract to an American company that sold equipment to Siberians. His job was to troubleshoot problems and to keep the gear working. He signed on for 3 years, but stayed.
We get lots of cracks because of the extreme cool. The oil goes like jelly. When it gets minus 50, 93 starts to get a bit like jelly. The weather's not the problem. Basically, it's spare parts. We have spare parts from Japan, from England, from America. If I ordered today, it would be 1 year in coming here. That's the big guessing game is, what does that machine need in 1 year's time?
David and his brigade are responsible for keeping the rolling stock rolling. They know that downtime on these million-dollar trucks can be costly. Pierce is not the only Westerner here concerned about the durability of the machinery. 36-year-old Rich Rosati from Minnesota spends 8 months a year in Siberia, trying to sell what Pierce has to service.
I've been coming in since 1982, and so far things have went fairly smooth. My Russian isn't that good, but I can get by. We're over here trying to teach the Russians how to maintain the equipment, operate it, and generally how to use it. And here it's a test for the Russians to see how it works under the cold climates. It's frustrating at times, yeah. To call Sweden or to call the States, it takes 2 days of booking phone calls, coordinating everything. It's difficult in that respect. Mechanics aren't as qualified as we'd like, but they try hard. They're good to work with. They'll give you the shirt off their back. It's trying to be friendly. The first thing that comes up in conversations is, we want peace. Heck, everybody does.
Do you think they mean it?
The people, yeah. I think they do. People are people.
Living alone in the depths of Siberia, in a hotel strictly reserved for foreigners, is bound to make you a little homesick. Despite Rosati's regular visits to Nerongri, people are the one thing he's short of. He hasn't too many friends here. And the Hotel California, as he calls it, is hardly home. For David, on the other hand, Nerongri is home, and he has many close friends. It's taken Rich longer, but gradually he's beginning to share Dave's friends, and an evening at the Pierce home is really quite cosmopolitan.
No, I got in trouble over that photograph where you guys were cutting my jeans off. The girlfriend looked at that and she says, where are those women? I said, well, that's Dave's wife and that's Vadim's wife. Yeah, but why are they cutting your jeans? That's still got to be the quickest wedding I've ever seen. Walk in the door and thank you, sign here, goodbye.
Everyone here was at Dave and Galia's wedding. Volodya, a Russian, was the best man. Rich, an American, was an usher. Dave, an Englishman, was the groom. And Galia, a native Siberian, welcomed them all as family.
We met here in Nerongri about 8 years ago. I was working as an interpreter in the motor pool, and he came to Nerongri on the contract with the American company. So we started working together. And on the first day, he asked me, can you help me to learn Russian? At least 4 words a day, because he said, I'm not very good at languages. There's no problem, okay? That's how it started. Everything is good with us. We love each other. We help each other. We understand each other. It's the main thing. He's very friendly with everybody, yeah, and the Russian people are very open, yeah, so never mind what nationality you are, what your profession is. So we all became friends, and it's no problem for him to stay here, to live here, because he's got so many friends who understand him.
If I had problems here, I wouldn't stay here. And that's 100% final. I mean, if I got, you've got to do this and do this and do this, I wouldn't stay here, John. I mean, full stop. I would just say, thank you, gentlemen, but I need to go back. There is a little bit of suppression here. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Yeah, I mean, people have, they've got to do this and do that by the law. But be truthful, that people from their hearts want to be, as they say, drug, friends with friends, yeah? Without politics, without any of the rubbish who goes with it. They want to be friends and genuine friends. And if you have a friend, like a Russian friend, any of these guys here, this Volodya, this Sasha, this Yura, the friends who take you home, who do anything for you, who would anything. And I mean, you better believe it. When you make a friend here, you've made a friend for life. Really, for people to come here and meet the people, the language is not the problem. It's just to meet people as friends, yeah? And really, that's it. The language then ceases, yeah? Remember when Challenger exploded, yeah? There were people here who cried. If you listen to the press, you would think, they were saying, hurry, you know, Challenger's crashed, and that's just screwed the American program. And it was exactly the opposite. I feel for these people here. Look, in another part, somebody feels a different way. But please, let's try and find the balance. I mean, it's just a balance. The one parity between people. They don't want to feel inferior, because they're not inferior. They're just the same as Americans. You better believe it.
In Siberia are found here in Akademgoroda, the famous science city. Each building houses a research institute of high academic standing. It's a city built on brain power. Professor Shurashev is a leading Soviet economist. He's part of a task force which must carefully work out, in theory, the new world that is actually being built.
At our institute, we are dealing with the problems of developing and allocating industries throughout Siberia. My own job is to analyze the regional conditions to see how they might affect our plans for development. It can affect the distribution of resources.
The railroad is the lifeline for Siberia's new cities. But this spur line is just one step in perhaps the most ambitious plan for continental development ever attempted.
Building a railway line between the BAM main line and the new town of Nerungri was one of the first tasks. It was a 250-mile link-up. Now we're extending the line from Nerungri 400 miles to Yakutsk. We have demonstrated how important this new line will be to Siberia.
But Victor believes that the future of Siberia is also in the hands of its people, and they're the most difficult resource to plan for.
Manpower is a very big problem, because although Siberia is 60% of the country in size, only 11% of the population live here. There's definitely not enough manpower to develop the resources of Siberia properly. So we have to attract that effort from other parts of the country. It's just another factor in the equation that we have to allow for.
The lure of Siberia has attracted young Russian adventurers for centuries. The old quarter of Yakutsk has the authentic style of an 18th century Russian town. Yet it's closer to Alaska than Moscow by 1,500 miles. 300 years ago, this Cossack fort was the town's only building. It may soon be the only remaining relic of a distant and isolated past. For Yakutsk, like everywhere else in Siberia, is raring to go with the boom. And when that railway link-up with Nerungri and the rest of the country happens, who can say what kind of city this young man will grow up in? One thing's for sure, it won't be short on energy. The period of greatest growth is still ahead, and in these young Siberian hands. There's a vitality here that the country can be proud of, and they're not afraid to try anything new. Whatever draws them to Siberia, challenge, excitement, patriotism, career, the signs are these youngsters are creating a new world where they can call the tune and dance to it any way they want. today will surely prove to be the nation's greatest resource.
Union, the people who are setting the Siberian ice on fire. I'm Roy Scheider.
The fighting started again. The Russians attacked, and back into the hills Shamil was driven. Finally, he made it to a fort on a cliff above the village of Gunib. Here, he and 400 men made their last stand against 40,000 Russians. The guerrillas fought like fanatics, but the odds of 100 to 1 were too much. One by one, they were wiped out until only a handful remained. One of them was Shamil. Seeing that it was no use, he surrendered. After 35 years, the Holy War of the Caucasus was over. Shamil was taken back to Moscow and treated as a celebrity. He died in Mecca, never seeing his mountain home again. The name of the Dagestani warrior who for so long thwarted the might of the Russian Empire is publicly acknowledged simply as a street name in the village of Gunib. Number 46, Shamil Street, Gunib, Dagestan. Well over 1,000 years. But their survival is, in equal measure, the result of the Georgian fighting spirit. Hammurabi, Alexander the Great, Genghis Khan, Tamerlane, they all tried their mettle here and left. Today, 2,000 years of warrior tradition is distilled in the Georgian dance. Nino Ramashvili has been the driving force behind the Georgian State Dance Company for more than 40 years. Her son Tengiz is her second in command, but when Nino takes the floor, there's little to do but watch and listen. She inspects her troop with the eagle eye of a five-star general. Nothing and no one goes unnoticed.
What's most important in our dances, what our dances express best, is the chivalrous attitude of our men towards our women. There's great contrast in that the dances of the men are very fiery and energetic, while the women are graceful and noble and soft. Georgian men dance on the tip of their toes. They don't use any padding or any protection at all. The boots are as thin as gloves. This is unique to Georgian dancing. the greatest work was done by my late husband, Iliko. We founded the group together more than 40 years ago. Iliko left this world happy, knowing that our son Tengiz will continue the tradition. And after Tengiz will come my little grandson, Iliko. And Georgian dance will survive whether we are dead or alive, as long as the nation lives.
Georgian dance is above all an attitude, and it's learned very young. For male dancers, Georgian dance is equal parts gymnastics, ballet, and self-torture. But any red-blooded Georgian boy would love to be accepted in this world-famous dance troupe. The main thing is to be dramatic. The beautiful Georgia State dancers are both the living embodiment of their own people's culture and the most elegant ambassadors for the Soviet Union, at home and abroad. Today, they practice on a mountaintop in the Caucasus. Tomorrow, they perform in the theaters of London, Paris, and New York. In a Georgian restaurant. In Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, the restaurants are much like this. They're lively, full of music and dance, crowded, and elegant, like the Georgians themselves. There's one main road through the Caucasus, Georgian Military Highway. It takes its name from the last century when the Russian army, at the invitation of the Georgians, had to pacify the wild mountain tribes. A proper road from Russia was essential. A journey that once took a month is now a few hours by car. Every year, via the military highway, thousands of Russians march through Georgia once more, heading for the Black Sea holiday resorts. Sukhumi is an old town where they say Jason and his Argonauts came looking for the Golden Fleece. Today, Soviets from all over the Union come here to bask in its golden sunshine. This is the Caribbean of the Soviet Union. A subtropical climate with sunshine all year round, the Black Sea resorts are packed in season. And even now in October, the water is still inviting, especially when you know that the temperature back in Moscow is freezing. If you want to exercise the mind, the town's botanical gardens are a popular attraction with everyone. And they've recently added one more piece of wonder. Access to the largest cave in Europe, discovered by a goat herder just a few years ago. The gods have smiled on Georgia. It's a beautiful land that benefits the whole of the Soviet Union. Georgian tea is drunk from Tbilisi to Vladivostok, and it's tea harvest time at Litny Collective Farm Number 1. The collective is over 50 years old and thriving. 2,500 members produce tobacco, grain, vegetables, and fruit to a target conceived by the central planners. Surplus production means profit in the workers' pockets. They make sure there's a surplus. To the true Georgian, there are many things more important than money, like the Georgian wines, warm and mellow and a little heady sometimes. That might also describe the Georgian culture.
Georgian culture has a lot of caring and love in it. Take such a trifle, for example, when two Georgians who are not necessarily friends but will just know each other, if they get on a bus, both of them will rush to pay the fare for both of them. And they'll be very confused if one of them will pay for himself. It's a symbolic action, because it doesn't really cost much. It's just a small sacrifice. But after all, the love is measured by sacrifice. And so there is a lot of love and caring in this culture.
Gela Chukviani is a Soviet Georgian who's visited Georgia in the USA. He's traveled extensively around the world. He shares his cultural insights with fellow Georgians on his popular television program, The Globe. Gela believes that people today can comfortably belong to more than one culture at the same time. For him, there is no difficulty in combining the centuries-old tradition of his republic with the emerging traditions of his country, the Soviet Union.
The Soviet Union consists of 15 republics and many more nationalities, and all of them have the culture that is inherent in a socialist state. And we have this common Soviet culture, but on the other hand, every nation, every nationality in the Soviet Union has its own language, its own national character, and probably some cultural patterns that are unique.
To Gela Chukviani, there is no city on earth more cosmopolitan than his beautiful city of Tbilisi. He's proud of the robust mixture of cultures that have come from the far ends of the earth. A thriving Jewish community has lived in Tbilisi for centuries.
Oh, yes, definitely. They worship. There are Russian churches, and there are Georgian churches, there are Armenian church, and there is a mosque.
Muslims, Jews, Christians, communists, they're all part of the texture of life in Tbilisi. Christianity came to Georgia in the 4th century, long before Western Europe. Young people today seek the blessing of the church in marriage, but the official ceremony would have taken place earlier at a state registry office. The status of women in Georgian society has been considerably enhanced under Soviet law.
Men and women today in Georgia have absolutely equal opportunities. So there is no social injustice in the relationships of men and women. But I prefer to see the men behave like men and women behave like men.
Tbilisi, like most of the Caucasus region, has grown rapidly since World War II to over 1 million people. The housing shortage was acute.
The high-rises began in Tbilisi in the middle of the 1950s, and we almost solved our housing problem. People have always wanted to preserve the old section of the city. Of course, again, it's a matter of identity. You know, you must see your roots, I believe, in order to feel that you belong to the city, because it stresses continuity. This project, the regeneration of the old town, has added a lot to upbringing of future generations, because what actually happens when people see it's cared for and it's restored, they love their town more. As a child, I remember living in small houses with the balconies, and the balconies on both sides that overlook the courtyard. That sort of arrangement had some advantages for socializing the children, because the child could never feel anonymous. And all the families knew each other on a personal basis. They shared their happiness and their sorrow. You know, the triumph of one family would be the triumph of all the families in the courtyard, and so was grief. There is a song which asks the question, where does the motherland begin? And the answer is the motherland begins in the street where you live.
Family, home, identity. Tbilisi's concerns are universal, as are their deep anxieties for the fate of the world. They're expressed in the town's popular experimental theater. The play is a parable about villagers who become divided. The issue doesn't matter, but to the women folk, the violence does. Will men ever learn to live in peace? What ambitions were born in this simple room in a remote village in the Caucasus? What plans were made by the simple shoemaker and his deeply religious wife? Their son, Joseph, would make something of himself. He would become a priest. Young Joseph, however, had other ambitions. As Joseph Stalin, man of steel, he rose to become one of the most powerful men in history. Heads of state came to him, including Churchill, Prime Minister of Britain, Harry Truman, President of the United States. A man from Georgia ruled the Soviet Union as a one-man show. Behind the jovial Uncle Joe public figure was Stalin, the ruthless tyrant. His methods of violence were perfected during the revolution. When Lenin died, Stalin seized power. Even his closest associates came to fear him, for his paranoia knew no bounds. When his old friend Sergei Ordzhonikidze fell from favor, Stalin made him an offer he couldn't refuse: the firing squad in disgrace, or suicide and a grand state funeral. In 1953, death also claimed Joseph Stalin. After 30 years of absolute rule, the man of steel was reduced to this: his death mask. Those eyes would no longer strike terror in the hearts of all who would disagree. Joseph Stalin and the times he stood for are not proudly remembered in the Soviet Union today. But Sergo Ordzhonikidze, the man Stalin disposed of, is commemorated by a statue and a thriving town that bears his name. The great monuments to Stalin all over the Soviet Union have been pulled down. It has taken time, but slowly, timidly, unbelievingly, people are beginning to sense a new spirit in the air. The past is gone, they hope. New generations have grown up with new ideas, ideas that Joseph Stalin would not have agreed with. Today, Soviets seek to understand their past, but mainly they want to get on with the future. Joseph Stalin is history. The one statue of him still standing in the Soviet Union is merely to mark his place of birth. It was here, on the Russian side of the Caucasus, that the invading armies of Adolf Hitler were stopped, 1,000 miles into the heartland of the Soviet Union. Every village sent its men to war, 86,000 from this region. Half of them were killed, remembered by those who were left behind. Memory of the men who died in that fearful slaughter of World War II lives on in this touching monument, inspired by the words of a Caucasus poet, Razul Gamzatov. I sometimes think that warriors brave, who met their death in bloody fight, were never buried in a grave, but rose as cranes with plumage white. Since then, unto this very day, they pass overhead and cry, is that not why we often gaze in silence as the cranes go by? The cranes represent something very special to Lyudmila Gazdamov. 7 brothers from the village of Gizel were all killed in battle. One of them was her father, killed at 27, before she was born.
I didn't know my father at all before he was killed. My mother was pregnant when he was drafted into the army. But now, from what the families told me, I know everything about him and his brothers.
Lyudmila's father, a faded newspaper clipping, and a lot of fond family legends. And there is another legacy of war she must come to grips with daily. Lyudmila is supervisor of pensions and benefits for 5,000 local veterans, widowed mothers, war-disabled and retired soldiers. While she daily counts the cost of war, her mother pays a different kind of price. The death of her young husband, even before their child was born, was too much for her to bear. Lyubov Gazdamov simply waits.
My mother had only lived with her husband for 6 years. To this day, she's been waiting. Even though there was a funeral and all that, she still believes he'll come back.
Lyudmila is the fulcrum of the Gazdamov family. It is her inner strength that keeps and carries them united from the tragic past to a hopeful future. She has 4 children in Gizel's middle school number 2. Angela, Marina, Leila, and little Ravian. Her eldest daughter, Jana, a student at Ordzhonikidze University, regularly visits her grandmother after classes. In her granddaughter, Lyubov Gazdamov can see that despite the pain, her life has not been in vain. The strength of family bonds and natural acceptance of responsibility characterizes the people of the Caucasus. Providing, sharing, and caring for others holds the family together in adversity. It's unthinkable to them that it might be any other way. Like the rest, Lyudmila's husband, Nashirbeg, knows his part in a well-organized team. It's khachapuri, cheese inside, hot melted butter on top. Little Ravian wants to do his bit as well. But it's not all fun. The smell of kebabs and khachapuri in the soft Caucasian air means that the Gazdamovs will certainly have company. And they're more than welcome, for sharing and caring in the Caucasus extends through an open door well beyond the family. Even in the midst of merriment, Ludmilla can't help but share her mother's sorrow.
She's suffered all her life. She's waiting and hopes that he'll come back to this very day.
In far-off foreign land, I see the cranes in evening's dying glow fly quickly past in company, as once on horseback they would go. Today, Ararat is in Turkey, and Armenia is a thriving republic in the Soviet Union, south of Georgia. Yerevan, the capital city, bustles with the industry of these business-like people. Armenians have at last found stability under the Soviet wing, after generations of persecution and genocide. But not before millions of Armenians had fled to the four corners of the earth.
Why do so many Armenians live abroad? I think everyone knows. In 1915, the Turkish government massacred 1.5 million Armenians. Half the country was seized by Turkey, and it's still in their hands today.
The flame of memory of that horror burns brightly here at the Genocide Memorial, the national monument that is a sacred shrine to every Armenian. Armenia began here on Mount Ararat, where, legend has it, Noah landed the ark after the flood. Armenians claim they're directly descended from Noah. Their most sacred treasure is this fragment of wood, which they believe came from Noah's Ark. Armenia had become Christian by 300 AD, a time when Rome was still a pagan city. His Holiness, the Catholicos, is to the Armenians what the Pope is to the Roman Catholics. He's the 130th Catholicos since St. Gregory the Illuminator.
From the 4th century onwards, this place has been the seat of the Armenian Church, the only and supreme religious focal point of Armenian Christianity. Today, Holy Echmiadzin continues to fulfill that task, particularly abroad, where Armenians need to keep their faith, need to keep their heritage, learn their language, and maintain their religious and national beliefs.
Holy Echmiadzin is a vibrant spiritual center which provides a unity to Armenians everywhere. Ancient customs that predate Christianity still prevail here, and the church participates in them. Animals are ritually sanctified with salt and their owners blessed before a sacrificial feast takes place on the church grounds. It happens on any Sunday at any church, and it means someone is celebrating some good fortune or planning a journey. Car ownership in Armenia is the highest per head in the Soviet Union, the fruits of hard work and intelligence, and a national passion for the business of business. The Armenians have a spirit of enterprise like the spirit of the great, increasingly appreciated throughout the USSR. Yerevan's markets are better stocked with a greater variety of produce than most in the country. To the 3 million people who live here, and their 3 million countrymen around the world, Armenia is more than a place. It's an idea, a faith, a vital spirit. As Mother Armenia watches protectively, with the muscle of the Soviet Union in her arms, it's unlikely that Armenians will have to worry about their southern border for a long time to come. Georgy Gorbachev has been around for a long time. Today is his 100th birthday. You gotta stay active, Georgy says. He planted this tree when he was 53. He may outlive it. They're having a party for Georgie. Family, friends. Naturally, they'll ask him the secrets of his long life. Work hard, he says. Eat your vegetables. Don't smoke. Don't worry about things. Enjoy sports. Now, when I was a horseman, Georgie won a lot of awards as a horseman. He played this game, Chukanbura, a kind of cross between lacrosse and polo. But Georgie had to quit a few years ago. Horse got too old. Old friends are starting to arrive. Welcome to the club, young fella. How's it feel to be 100? It's time for the feast and a long round of toasts to Georgy Gorbachev for 1 century of wonderful life. The chances of living to 100 are best here in the Caucasus. Everyone has their own theories. Some say it's climate, others diet, some air. The answer is nobody really knows. But scientists are studying the old folks of the Caucasus very seriously. Maybe they'll discover that the secret is nothing more than a passion for living. Gomajos to life.
If you heard the report on 59 cold cereals by a leading consumer magazine, you'd fall through the floor.
Mine's high in calcium.
And salt.
Salt?
High in fiber. And sugar.
Sugar? Lots of protein.
And added fat.
Fat?
The magazine rated shredded wheat tops in nutrition for no added sugar or salt, low fat, plenty of fiber and protein. Shredded wheat. And nobody else.
Yes, Mrs. Ferber. I'll be right over.
What's up?
It's Alex. He's been burying things in Mrs. Ferber's garden again.
Right here. Alex, a bottle of Stroh's. Keep digging. Nice, Alex. 15 packs. Keep digging.
With Stroh's and Stroh Light 15 and 30 packs, you get more beer.
How did he get a whole truck down there?
Why don't we ask the driver?
It's a big world, and nobody knows more about helping kids grow into it than Flintstones, with all the vitamins kids need. Flintstones, America's favorite.
Do something. Anything.
Portrait of the Soviet Union concludes with a look at the new openness in Russia.
Portrait of the Soviet Union concludes tomorrow night, 8:05 Eastern, on the Superstation.
Markets all over the Soviet Union have the look of Far Eastern souks. Vendors, stalls that sell everything, merchants haggling with customers. A place where the rhythms of life that are thousands of years old have a chance to continue and to be passed on from one generation to the next.
Deep in a crypt beneath Samarkand lie the remains of a warrior before whom all Asia once trembled. Dare not disturb my sleep, or the curse of the great Mongol warlord Tamerlane will befall the land. But the archaeologists pressed on. On June 22nd, 1941, Tamerlane's grave was opened. That very day, just as the Mongols had centuries before, Hitler invaded Russia. Tamerlane still sleeps in his ancient capital. But Samarkand is now ruled from Moscow. In this century, there has been change that rivals the golden age of Samarkand. In Central Asia, the old ways have had to accommodate the new, so that this region could become a part of the modern Soviet Union.
portrait of the Soviet Union is brought to you by Plymouth. The pride's inside every Plymouth, designed in and built in. Plymouth, the pride's inside. And by First Nationwide Network, with 55 member banks to serve you in 39 states across the country. And Resolve, the carpet cleaners that really work.
The birthday party's over, but look at this grape juice stain.
Resolve challenges your carpet cleaner. Liquid Resolve against the leading foam. On tough grape juice, Resolve cleans better.
What a difference.
Resolve, the carpet cleaner that really works.
Good morning, sir.
I need to cash a check.
No problem,
Can I
Mr.
realize
Bridgewater.
I'm from out of
Well, you're
state.
rated part of the First Nationwide Network.
Bank card and my license. I've got 34 credit cards. Here's my passport. This is the title to my house, title to my car. This is the title of my favorite songs. I also belong to Joggers Anonymous. Here's my immunization papers, my Clear Speakers Club of America card, my 1-hour photo card. I also have a Rototiller Championship.
Members of the First Nationwide Network treat you with respect, concern, and understanding. But don't worry, you'll get used to it.
Facing the world with a cold sore can be very embarrassing. So from the first tingle, I use Campho-Phenique Cold Sore Gel. It goes to work instantly on my cold sore. Campho-Phenique Cold Sore Gel helps me face the world.
The pride's inside Plymouth Sundance. Computer designed, laser checked. Backed for 7 years or 70,000 miles. Pride's in its value. Front-wheel drive, split fold-down seats, stainless steel exhaust. 47 quality standard features priced under $8,000. Plymouth Sundance. The pride's inside before you're inside.
It's all yours. Oh. Grapefruit juice?
No, Ocean Spray pink grapefruit juice cocktail. It's not what you think.
What do I think?
You think it's bitter.
So I was wrong. It's not bitter. It's sweeter.
Refreshing?
That's it.
It's all yours.
Ocean Spray Pink. It's not what you think.
Robert Redford tells of the uneasy truce between a grizzly bear and man on the world of Audubon. 11:05 on Superstation TBS tonight.
Tonight, New Hampshire, the first colony to claim their independence from the British, the first state to hold a political primary, where Yankee ingenuity gave the people their character and their freedom. Discover New Hampshire on the next Portrait of America, 12:05 Eastern on the Superstation tonight.
This is the Park of Economic Achievement, erected here in Moscow to celebrate Soviet achievement in everything from agriculture to aerospace technology. The statue? Lenin, father of the Soviet Union, leader of the Socialist Revolution. Lenin and his planners didn't have much to celebrate after their revolution. The economy of the country was a disaster. There was a famine. Factory production was hopelessly out of date. Difficult as it was, they did pull the economy of Western Russia up by its bootstraps. But that was nothing compared to Central Asia. Life there had stopped in the 15th century. Bringing these people out of their tents, literally, and into the 20th century seemed like an almost impossible task. But it was done. Modernization on a grand scale, a great success. The people living in Soviet Central Asia today are a breed apart from those of Tamerlane's day. Yet, like their ancestral warriors of old, they still ride down the Golden Road.
The Golden Road, once the highway of caravans and travelers through Central Asia. The route Marco Polo followed on his journey to China. In Marco Polo's time, these horsemen might have been Mongol warriors. Today, in modern Kyrgyzia, they're shepherds racing on a state stud farm. Up here, shepherds still live in yurts, traditional hide tents. One of them is Sagindik Zanuzakov.
I'm 37 years old. Like my father before me, I'm a senior shepherd, working with my wife and eldest son on the state stud farm. In the summer, we live in our yurt high in the mountains and look after the sheep. In the autumn, we go lower where the lambs are born, and we look after them and live in the village. When my father was my age, we had no electricity, no television. He lived modestly. Now I have got practically everything I want. I have a house in the village, a TV, and as a reward for good work, I was able to move up the waiting list to buy a car. Life's getting to be more comfortable.
In one generation, this shepherd's family has come face to face with the modern world and embraced it. And yet, they've managed to hold on to some of their traditions. The changes their children will face may be even more dramatic. Life in all 5 republics of Soviet Central Asia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzia, Tajikistan, and Turkmenia, has leapt ahead centuries. Modernization, progress on a massive scale costing billions, and a steady stream of European Soviet immigrants has brought the 20th century to Central Asia. 60 years ago, women wore the veil. Today, it's rarely seen. With the Russians now the largest ethnic group, you'd think European and Central Asian cultures would clash, that old ways would not give way to new. The infusion of European Soviets has created a multiracial society. Despite some local skirmishes, there seems to be little racial tension. Along with language and new customs, the immigrants have brought urban planning, industrialization, and the muscle necessary to move the economy along. The republics of Central Asia have generally welcomed the progress. Alma-Ata, the capital city of Kazakhstan, is a modern city that began as a Russian garrison town in the mid-1800s. The majority of its population is European. There are 78 hospitals and clinics in a city of 1.5 million people. This hospital is one of the most modern and well-equipped. It serves as a model for what they hope to achieve elsewhere. Healthcare in the Soviet Union is free. Medicines, however, must be bought. In addition to the traditionally recognized medical specialties, more exotic specialties are blended in, like the Department of Mud Therapy. And these space-like capsules for relaxation, complete with oxygen and a steady stream of pop music. Currently, 70% of the doctors are women. Gaisha Toksabayeva is a gynecologist.
I've been practicing for 12 years now. I think the reason most doctors are women is that they want to understand more how the body works, and they want to care for people. I have to plan every hour of my life. I've got no spare time because I either work or do housework. I am also the party information officer in our apartment block, as well as looking after 3 children. I only get to read a book between 10 and 12 when the kids are in bed. My husband and I work in the same hospital. He does his best to help me.
Dr. Toksabayeva was one of the first Kazakh women to become a physician. She and her husband are pleased with the progress they've made, but they feel there is a cultural price for the progress they've been part of.
At home, my husband and I sometimes speak Russian, sometimes Kazakh. Unfortunately, the children don't speak Kazakh. It's a major mistake on our part.
In a few years, Gaisha's children will be entering the Pioneer Palace, an after-school activity center for Soviet youth, and may be learning to speak not Kazakh, but English.
This palace is an out-of-school educational establishment. At present time, there are 10,000 people here, that is all we know. And at the same time, there are 2,000 people here. So there are 337 various hobby groups here. So one of them is our club, International Friendship Club.
And we must send them one book.
This club exchanges letters with pen pals from around the world.
In our section, we learn all we can about different countries that speak in English.
To know each other some more. Not only in the letters which we received and which we sent to each other, but know each other and to meet with us, with them, with American people, with American youth in their country, in our country, to exchange with delegations. And so to know more and more.
We want that American youth and, for example, Kazakh youth will be friendly. We want to know more about what are they doing in the school, how they rest, what problem they decided. And I think that American youth want to know about our youth.
Here you can see two workers who, between them, have just finished cutting 3 cartloads of golden brown macaroni stalks. This last scene shows you what will happen at the end.
English is the international language of business, science, aviation. So, for these history students perfecting their English at Alma-Ata University, mastering it is serious and important work. But the process can be fun.
Signor Fratelli, are you a servant of your stomach?
We have mutual understanding, I and my stomach, and I don't think that I am a slave of my stomach.
Yes, we see. And Signor Fratelli, do you devote all your free time to the kitchen? Yes, I'm a housewife, and I devoted all my free time to the kitchen and to my husband. Who is this girl? It is our daughter.
It is our daughter.
It is our daughter.
My loving daughter. I hope that she promises to be a future champion.
Oh, no. It's not impossible, because my family eating only macaron 5 times a day, so... Poor girl. I'm so tired, and at last I hate this macaron.
As small communities reach out to communicate with a wider world, so too do the Kazakhs. But at the same time, they must wonder if their own identity can survive. These children are learning Kazakh dances in Russian.
We have the general Soviet system in our Kazakh Republic, but our nationality not Russian. Our nationality is Kazakh.
We're the Soviet people.
At the first time, and then we're Kazakh. I think so.
But we're Kazakh. The Soviet, all the people of our country is Soviet. but they divided into nationalities, Soviet, Kazakh.
This is a ballroom dancing club for children of cotton factory workers. The room is the foyer of a theater, a part of a huge marble leisure complex built by the factory. The quick step is a Russian one, recorded by a Russian band. These are the children of the new Soviet Central Asia, European and Central Asian alike, dancing to a modern Soviet tune.
Everyone asks, Corinthian leather? Of course, why not the best? It's the same with our new Chrysler New Yorker. It gives you everything. Powerful V6, anti-lock brakes, front-wheel drive, rich leather, 770 protection plan. And Chrysler's exclusive Crystal Key program, complete car coverage with owner care that's even better than Rolls-Royce or Mercedes. Chrysler New Yorker gives you the one thing you always wanted in a luxury car. Everything.
Mom's magic meatloaf is weighing on you like a ton of bricks. Send for the bubbles of flavored Alka-Seltzer, because speed is what you need to lift the heaviness off your stomach and relieve your heartburn and pounding headache fast. So for fast relief, let the bubbles rise to the occasion. Alka-Seltzer to the rescue. Try flavored Alka-Seltzer with the sparkling fresh taste of lemon lime.
The steppes of Kazakhstan are the prairies of the Soviet Union. It's a land that pioneers settled. A farming land. In the 50s, millions of people migrated or were resettled here through the government's virgin land policy. A massive attempt to open up new farmlands to feed a hungry nation. A generation later, the wilderness has become a home. Mr. Soy is one of the pioneers.
27 years ago, when I came here, there was barren steppe, just lakes, birds, nothing else. And on this steppe, we built a settlement like a town, and 4,000 people live here now. I'm a Korean, but many people came with me. Russians, Poles, Germans, Kazakhs. We came to make this steppe our own.
Ты, Таня, нашла Кравченко?
Нет, я пока не нашла, дома никто не отвечает.
Вот и обязательно его найди, его предупреди.
Mr. Soy's story is typical of the people who settled here, built communities and raised families.
Вот так семья порядочная.
My family is a regular family. We have 11 grandchildren, and I'm sure there will be some more. The workers on the state farm look after a variety of livestock. Geese, ducks, turkeys, and chickens. The chickens produce 150 million eggs a year. We also have 1,000 horses and 180 camels. It's quite far north for farming camels. We keep the camels to make shubat, fermented camel's milk. It's a very valuable product for curing people, and we use it in our clinic.
Kanat Ahatov, a native Kazakh, is in his early 30s. He's been a camel herdsman since he left school. The once nomadic Kazakhs still have a close relationship with animals, especially horses. This is where Kanat may enjoy himself on a day off, at the horse trials of a neighboring state stud farm. In the crowd, you can see a mosaic of faces, the new citizens of Kazakhstan. Russians, Germans, Ukrainians, many races, but relatively few Kazakhs. Already in the cities, the immigrants outnumber the Kazakhs, and the Russians are the largest group. In this vast land of mountains and prairies, a region twice the size of Alaska, only 15 million people live. Their land was isolated, and like the American West, it was the railroad that opened the wilderness to the settlers. The general manager of the Turkestan-Siberian Railway.
Железнодорожный транспорт Казахстана.
Railroads have an enormous importance for Kazakhstan because it's so large. It takes 4 days and nights to travel from west to east, and 2 days and nights to go from north to south.
То есть поезд идет четверо суток.
In 1926, to unite Siberia with Central Asia, the Soviet government decided to build the Turkestan-Siberia Railway, the Turk-Sib. It took 3 years to build, across 1,000 miles, despite great extremes of hot and cold, across country very susceptible to earthquakes, and through waterless desert. The building of the Turk-Sib was the first victory of the Soviet people in the industrialization of this region.
Life in Kazakhstan has come far since then.
I try to exercise every day. We built the sport complex ourselves this year. It has 2 pools and a gym. This year, we made 9 million rubles profit. 12% will be used for workers' bonuses and 12% for social projects. If everyone works well, then they receive more money. Not only money, but incentives. Free flats, free kindergartens, free children's trips.
Today is a national holiday. Mr. Soy's community relaxes and shares a family sports day.
Она напрашивается, поэтому здесь надо...
We've got to get on with it. We need this spot for our people to relax in. Let's dig this up and bring some trees to plant over here.
Year by year, this pioneer community expands.
We built ourselves this recreational center. You can't live without art. It's good to sing, to listen to music, and we must educate our children well. We celebrate and honor certain things here.
Kanat, the camel herdsman, and his wife Borkit are one of the couples whose daughter's name will be registered today. Child registration is one of those occasions when a small community affirms its bonds.
Счастья вам большого, благополучия, всего вам самого доброго.
There are 19 different nationalities working here, all Soviet citizens. Throughout the Soviet Union, the birth rate is much lower among the European population than among the Asian. Kanat has 10 brothers and sisters working on this state farm.
А это первая медаль. Мы думаем, что это не последняя медаль.
Respected parents and witness parents, we congratulate you on the birth of your wonderful baby into your family. We wish you and your child happiness and health and many happy days.
С рождением такого замечательного малыша в вашей семье. Счастья, здоровья вам. Ребенку также много счастливых дней.
The pioneers are now grandparents in Kazakhstan.
Mini Ritzes, unbelievable.
Delicious. 3 sizes.
Why are there 3 sizes?
They did it for fun.
Smaller?
Very, very tiny.
I need bigger hands. Buttery.
Totally portable.
Ritz Fits, every bit as good as a Ritz.
Who's responsible for this, huh?
Oh. Okay. Alex will now do his famous dog impersonation. Grab a stroll light and relax. Ready, Alex? All right, who's this?
Rin Tin Tin. Look at this.
Trim, my 3 sons.
Right.
This is my favorite.
Friendship.
Oh, I don't know how he does it.
It's amazing.
Stroh-Lite, fire brewed for smooth, consistent taste.
Here he comes. What?
Who's that supposed to be?
Beats me.
Take an amazing voyage through Plymouth Grand Voyager and discover why the pride's inside. Beyond versatility, room for up to 8, front-wheel drive handling. Beyond the excitement of Voyager's fuel-injected V6. The best protection and highest owner satisfaction of any minivan. Deep within Plymouth Voyager, the pride's inside. Before you're inside.
When allergies hit you right between the eyes, you want Comtrex AS Multi-Symptom Allergy Sinus Formula. It does more. Look, Comtrex AS not only relieves stuffy, sneezy, itchy allergies, but sinus pain, too. Sudafed can't, chlortrimeton can't, Benadryl can't. They can't relieve those allergy symptoms and sinus pain, too. But Comtrex AS can. So when allergies hit you right between the eyes...
Thank goodness for Comtrex AS.
Robert Redford tells of the uneasy truce between a grizzly bear and man on the world of Audubon. 11:05 on Superstation TBS tonight.
Tonight, New Hampshire, the first colony to claim their independence from the British, the first state to hold a political primary, where Yankee ingenuity gave the people their character and their freedom. Discover New Hampshire on the next Portrait of America, 12:05 Eastern on the Superstation tonight.
On October 4th, 1957, the Earth shook. Sputnik had been launched from the Baikonur Space Center in Kazakhstan. This is the Cosmos Monument, a tribute to the achievements of the Soviet cosmonauts. But it can also be said to be a tribute the peoples of Soviet Central Asia, because the space age, as we know it, began there, in a region that only yesterday seemed to be lost in the shifting sands of time. The empire of Tamerlane has passed away, as empires do, into the sands of time and the deserts of Central Asia. But Soviet archaeologists are digging out its long history. Here, a 7th century caravanserai, an inn from the time when Arabs brought Islamic culture to the ancient cities of the oasis. An inn perhaps where Marco Polo stayed on his journey along the Silk Road to China. A bit of pottery, a crumbling wall, revealed to the archaeologist and her schoolboy helpers the threads of life long hidden. Successive dynasties, Greek, Arab, Mongol, and Persian, have all bequeathed their legacies to the great cities of Bukhara and Samarkand. For lust of knowing what should not be known, we take the golden road to Samarkand. Such words from poets conjure images that have lured countless merchants, warriors, adventurers, and now tourists to Tamerlane's capital. Life in the bazaar has hardly changed at all in the centuries since Tamerlane. People still come to haggle over the price of a melon or some cloth and to pick up the day's news and gossip like they have for countless generations. And as it's always been, this is a private market. Food grown on private plots brings whatever price the market will bear. Behind the market rises the Bibi Khanum, the great mosque built in honor of Tamerlane's favorite wife. Legend has it, the architect dared kiss the beautiful woman and was lucky to escape with his life. Over time, his masterpiece barely escaped with its life. But now the Bibi Khanum is being carefully restored.
We restore the buildings as monuments to the craftsmen, the people who made them, real folk craftsmen. We want future generations to know about our culture and our people.
In charge of preserving the beautiful buildings of Bukhara is architect Robert Almayev.
Some historical monuments in Bukhara, like the one we're in now, the Mir Arab Madrasa, were built as Islamic colleges. We are restoring it as well as 3 other working mosques. We are not doing it for religious reasons, but because our government is restoring all important monuments. Times change. Islam is not so popular now.
Islam is not allowed to hold back social development, but it flourishes still as part of the cultural identity of Uzbekistan. It's Friday in the city of Tashkent, a work day. One of the few remaining working mosques is full for prayer. The sermon is given by the Mufti, the leader of the Muslims of Soviet Central Asia. His congregation numbers many hundreds, mostly elderly. But the great buildings of today in Tashkent are no longer for the faithful. The priorities of the state are different, and women have a role to play. Tashkent, the capital of Uzbekistan, was almost totally destroyed by an earthquake in 1966.
Billions were spent to rebuild the largest city in Central Asia. The metro is the most recent example of such investment. Special engineering skills were needed to build a system in this earthquake-prone zone. It reveals the level of technical skills evident now in Central Asia, which is also the home of the Baikonur Space Center. This station, called Cosmonauts, celebrates achievement in space, including the joint Apollo-Soyuz mission. It's taken only 2 generations for the people of Tashkent to travel from the third world to the space age.
Не пел я песни страстью опьяненный, не плакал горько, не пускался пляс. Не пел он песни страстью опьяненный, не плакал горько, не пускался пляс, а гордо шел, а гордо шел. Все удивились, что с головой склоненной пришла ко мне красавица тотчас. Все удивились, что с головой склоненной пришла ко мне красавица тотчас.
The citizens of Tashkent share all the comforts of an industrialized state, but it's a state with problems of its own.
From the same historic odyssey that brought you the revealing Superstation Special, Portrait of the Soviet Union. Now you can own the limited edition series of photographs from photographer Michael Reagan's Portrait of the Soviet Union portfolio. His collection of 15 photographs can be yours for only $19.95 plus $3 shipping and handling. Call toll-free 1-800-257-1234 or write Portrait of the Soviet Union portfolio, Box 7500, Atlanta, Georgia 30357.
Everyone asks, Corinthian leather? Of course, why not the best? It's the same with our new Chrysler New Yorker. It gives you everything. Powerful V6, anti-lock brakes, front-wheel drive, rich leather, 770 protection plan. And Chrysler's exclusive Crystal Key program, complete car coverage with owner care that's even better than Rolls-Royce or Mercedes. Chrysler New Yorker gives you the one thing you always wanted in a luxury car. Everything.
The Soviets imported heavy industry into Central Asia. Industrialization was the mechanism they used to transform the economy and change social attitudes. But today, many of the original plants can't cope with the increased demands for higher productivity, greater efficiency, and improved quality. In a world that is turning to high-tech, the problems get more acute, but changes are starting to take place. Mirvahid Yusupov is the foreman in a mechanical assembly shop.
In my section, the main policy is to install robots to free people from monotonous heavy work. Where robots are installed, there is now only one worker where there used to be 4. The 3 who have been freed are not unemployed because the factory is expanding and it needs their skills in other areas.
Seats in this computer class in the Alma-Ata Center for Pioneers are precious. There are far too few computers to meet the demand.
We don't hurry to other classes in the way we hurry to this one. Everyone comes to these classes. We all like these machines. We'd love to take them home to work with.
At the moment, the technology is mostly imported from Japan. The Soviets do make personal computers, but they know they're still a long way behind the demand for them.
Comrade Gorbachev said that we need drastic changes in the Soviet Union. It seems to me that we can't do without this new technology, because it's helping so much in all fields of the economy.
The new breed of computer races are the same the world over. The changes computers bring are the same, too. It'll be a different world these girls grow up to. In Soviet Central Asia, with its Muslim traditions, most women work, as the law requires. Equal rights for all women is written into the Soviet Constitution. The 6,000 workers and most of the managers in this cotton factory are women. For working mothers, there are kindergartens which are quite inexpensive, and most factories have them. The working woman, now an established part of the Soviet workforce, is also part of the new and growing consumer revolution. The newfound prosperity in Central Asia has only increased the demand for more and better products, a demand that is fueled by severe shortages of consumer goods throughout the country. And this new prosperity has revealed other shortages as well, like what do you do with your leisure time and the rubles in your pocket? Until recently, there was little to do on a Sunday in Tashkent. But traditional festivals, the likes of which have not been seen for decades, are now back on the streets. It's in the little things, the opportunity to loosen up and have a little fun, that the ordinary citizens say their lives are changing. Occasions like this show the authorities are beginning to respond to what people seem to want. The wind of change is blowing, and it's clear it comes from the people, as much as from the leaders in Moscow. The experimental Mime Theater in Tashkent is an amateur revue. Its satirical show has a ready audience. The climate of reform is welcomed by the artists. Turkish film director Balat Shamshir.
Потому что все начинается с гласности, потому что мы должны сказать.
The most important thing is openness. We have to say what we think, that black is black, white is white. Why hide it? People are fed up with having orders from above. However clever the people up top might be, they may not have recommended the right thing for local conditions.
The last 20 years have seen the growth of a new professional class in Central Asia. Soviet yuppies, many interested in literature, movies, and the visual arts. These are the people who are welcoming and driving forward the reforms that Mr. Gorbachev is bringing in.
Good morning. You don't remember me.
You're Miss Higginbotham.
Thousands of Higginbothams every week.
Yes,
and a home loan has to go through many, many, many channels, and you're a busy, busy person, and we all must wait our turn. The computer's
Miss Higginbotham.
down. I can get a third job.
Miss Higginbotham,
Yes,
it's been approved.
that's okay. I'll come back another time.
Members of the First Nationwide Network treat you with respect, concern, and understanding. But don't worry, you'll get used to it.
That pork chop suey you got railroaded into has hit you like a freight train. And now you're churning out of control. Quick, signal handle the bubbles of extra-strength Alka-Seltzer, because speed is what you need to derail that chug-a-lugging in your stomach and head. Next time you're on the Heartburn Express, flag down the bubbles and get back on track again fast.
Alka-Seltzer to the rescue.
Try extra-strength Alka-Seltzer. More of what you take Alka-Seltzer for.
Hey, Walter, what's up?
With great taste and just 1 calorie, Diet Coke is the one soft drink everyone's falling for.
Hi.
Hi.
1 calorie, just for the taste of it. Diet Coke.
The pride's inside Plymouth Sundance. Computer-designed, laser-checked. Backed for 7 years or 70,000 miles. Pride's in its value. Front-wheel drive, split fold-down seats, stainless steel exhaust. 47 quality standard features priced under $8,000. Plymouth Sundance. The pride's inside before you're inside.
Nowadays, the nearest most Central Asians get to a horse, maybe a day at the races. The stakes at the state-run track are only pennies, and the payoff is in much more. But the lines are long, even for the next race. The camels are state-owned, but the cars are increasingly private. 1 in 7 Soviet families owns one. The Soviets have more money in their pockets than ever before, and a car gives them far greater independence. Up to a point, that is. Look familiar? But to see how far the daily grind for the ordinary man has changed, it's necessary to go where most people still live, in the countryside. The white gold of Uzbekistan is cotton. Massive irrigation schemes have made much of the desert fertile. State-run organizations farm the cotton increasingly by machine. This field shows how the economic reforms of recent years work in practice. A family's income now depends upon the amount of cotton it produces. Muhammad Razulov used to work for a fixed wage as one of 1,300 laborers on the Pyarik State Cotton Farm. Today, with 2 daughters, he works as a family team on one field. They've found the change much more profitable.
We are Muslims, citizens of Uzbekistan. I'm not a communist myself, but my eldest son, who works in a hospital, is a member of the party. We're very happy with our lives, and we are paid well for hard work. That's good enough for us. Our family has 2 houses, a car, our own cattle, and our own plot of land. We only spend money on clothes or things like radios. We make enough during the season to be able to sit comfortably during the winter.
100 years ago, Muhammad's life would not have been so comfortable. Bukhara was a city famed only for its backwardness and the cruelty of a ruler whose every whim was obeyed on penalty of imprisonment, or worse. 2 British agents who were on a mission here were consigned to a pit where their flesh was eaten off by vermin and reptiles. The last ruler built himself a European-style palace and imported artists to embellish it. The palace is now a museum, and the city he ruled festooned these days, the traditional mud houses in the back streets of the old quarter of Bukhara have water, electricity, gas, televisions. Yet the unconscious fabric of life changes very little here. Some things never change, like food. The Chai Khana, the tea house where old men meet. It hasn't changed since Tamerlane ruled Bukhara. In Soviet Central Asia, the old sit side by side with the new. Every evening after classes at the Frunze Polytechnic in Kyrgyzia, the disco club goes into action on lemonade. All the trappings of the modern world have been brought into Central Asia by the Russians. As a consequence, much of the native culture has been sanitized, cleaned up, and displayed in the glass cases of regional museums for the benefit of foreigners. Yet, even here, pleasure in their own performances can remind the musicians of their roots. Yesterday, they lived in another age. Today, they've been transformed and have embraced change. It's no longer the call of the muezzin that unites the faithful each night. It's the news from Moscow in Russian that's listened to around the hearts of Soviet Central Asia.
Добрый вечер.
Здравствуйте, товарищ. Передаем ответ Михаила Сергеевича Горбачева на вопрос организаторов 6-й Софийской международной встречи писателей. Вопрос. Каким вы видите будущее планеты, человечества и цивилизации? Ответ. Вопрос, на который вы просили меня ответить, пожалуй, главный вопрос.
This is the Uzbekistan restaurant, a favorite gathering place in Moscow for Central Asians. As you can see, they've certainly come into the 20th century. They're fully prepared to play a substantial role in the development of the Soviet Union.
Mopping the old-fashioned way can seem like the biggest job in the world. You need Light and Thirsty, the revolutionary mop from O-Cedar. Light and Thirsty has durable cloth strips that absorb 20% more than ordinary mop strings. It wrings out with just a twist and even stands up to machine washing and drying. So if you'd like to cut your mopping chores down to size, try Light and Thirsty from O-Cedar, the best mop you've ever used, or your money back.
I'll get it, Alex. Mel's Market. Here's your order.
What order?
Side of beef.
I didn't know.
Here's your delivery, sir.
What delivery?
Your Stroh's 30 packs.
Stroh's. Alex? Nah.
Stroh's and Stroh Light. Fire brewed for smooth, consistent taste. And with 30 packs, you get more beer.
Pardon, dear pet shop. Here's your poodle.
Oh, Alex.
Sunday night on National Geographic. Travel to Brazil, to the secluded place where dolphins live. It was their private paradise until the tourists arrived. Will civilization destroy the Bay of Dolphins? Find out on Explorer, 9 p.m. Eastern on the Superstation, Sunday.
The 9 o'clock evening news that goes out across the Soviet Union originates from here, the Ostankino Television Center in Moscow. But not all the ideas floating across the country come from the capital. Some come to Moscow on winds from the west.
On this day, the Soviet Republic of Estonia is linked to the west. You could walk from here to Stockholm or Helsinki. It's nearly 20 below, and while the country's international ice yachting team tests the breeze of the frozen Baltic, fishermen drop their lines through ice that is 10 feet thick in places. And when the ice melts away, sun worshippers from all over the Soviet Union relax in the most European of their 15 republics. Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia are the smallest republics. They've always known the influence of the West. Beneath the old world charm of the Baltics, a revolution is taking place that might have a startling impact on the rest of the Soviet Union.
Portrait of the Soviet Union is brought to you by Bayer Aspirin. Bayer, the wonder drug that works wonders. And by Nabisco Brands. We make products that make friends. And by Orkin Pest Control. And by Chrysler. At Chrysler, we're driving to be the best.
Take an amazing voyage through Plymouth Grand Voyager and discover why the pride's inside. Beyond versatility, room for up to 8, front-wheel drive handling. Beyond the excitement of Voyager's fuel-injected V6. The best protection and highest owner satisfaction of any minivan. Deep within Plymouth Voyager, the pride's inside. Before you're inside.
Even with all you spend to keep your home beautiful, you may be overlooking something. Termites, hiding just beneath the surface, destroying your home from the inside out. Call Orkin.
You know, for about the price these people are having to pay to fix this one door frame, we can protect your whole house. After that, if termites ever damage your home, we'll repair it, whatever the cost. Call number 1. For termites, we just might be all the protection you'll ever need.
4 years ago, Scott Emerson was lying in this hospital suffering from a heart attack. Since then, his doctor prescribed a regimen of exercise, the right foods, and a Bayer aspirin a day. Studies show aspirin helps reduce the risk of heart attacks. Ask your doctor how Bayer may help you. Not long ago, Scott Emerson had a heart attack. Today, he had a son. Bayer, the wonder drug that works wonders.
Introducing Quackers, little ducks with a lot of flavor. So now, all the cheddar cheese flavor of a cheddar cheese puff is in a little duck. And all the sour cream and onion flavor of a sour cream and onion chip is also in a little duck. New flavor-coated Quackers in sour cream and onion, crispy original and cheddar. A lot of flavor in a little duck.
Tuesday night, a Bogart double feature.
A kiss is just a kiss, a sigh is just a sigh.
Still America's most beloved classic, Casablanca. Then he's tough.
When you're slapped, you'll take it and like it.
And he knows what he wants.
The
pleasure. Stuff that dreams are made of.
The Maltese Falcon, beginning at 10:05 Eastern on Superstation TBS Tuesday night.
Здравствуйте. Hello. Pretty, isn't it? You can almost hear the sounds of Renaissance music, laughter, the hoofbeats of horses on these weathered cobblestones. The Baltic states have always had a thriving culture. That's part of the European mainstream. But they've had something else, too. Flexibility. A flexibility that's allowed them to do better with socialist economic policies than any other Soviet republic. Moscow would like to harness that flexibility and turn the Baltic states into an economic laboratory of ideas that someday they hope will flow into the Soviet mainstream.
This rock festival is not yet Soviet mainstream, but the ease with which rock and roll has been accepted in Lithuania is typical of the Baltic style. The Soviet fathers seem to be coming to terms with the enthusiasms of the young, just as they have with the traditions of the old. The Mass they celebrate is Roman Catholic. Lithuanians have much in common with neighboring Poland, with whom they were once united. Local tradition proudly claims that the city of Vilnius has more churches per citizen than Rome itself. Certainly in the shopping district of Kaunas, the young citizens of the Baltic states enjoy a lifestyle which their Russian neighbors find hard to match. The leaders in Moscow are keeping a close eye on the Baltic states to see how new ideas will work out in practice. Moscow's focus on Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, tiny spots on the vast map of the Soviet Union, is giving them influence far beyond their size. The model is Tina Janssen. She was discovered by one of Tallinn's best fashion houses while working in a local hotel. Now, at 27, she's one of the top models in the USSR. Tallinn, the Estonian capital, is called the Paris of the Soviet Union. The clothes Tina models are designer originals. Like in the West, very few can afford them. But they are copied and show up on the racks. So Baltic women are generally better dressed than most Soviets. Tina works here, at the studio of the fashion house. She's also been on assignment to Moscow and abroad. She makes a good living by Soviet standards. She lives comfortably and was able to buy herself an automobile. Although it's in the shop right now, so it's the bus for Tina tonight. Her commute is 40 minutes from the center of the old city to her apartment in a new building in the Tallinn suburbs. She lives with her father, her younger sister, and her little son, Stan Erik. Tina has never married.
There is no prejudice against single mothers in our country. There is no shame of women having a child. Women are encouraged to have children. Every month our society pays a little support for single mothers, and they can put their children in a kindergarten without going on a waiting list, and our society helps them to grow up their children. It's always better to grow up a child alone than be married with a bad husband.
Tina has a busy life. Once a week, she teaches dressmaking. There's a regular choir practice, and she dates often.
The divorce rate is very high in Estonia. The mistake, I think, is that people get married very young. Then they have children straight away, and parents have no time for each other. I would add that I haven't got married because it's not the right time for me.
The right time will come for Tina, she says, when she meets the right man. For Ruta and Rimvaitis in Lithuania, the right time has come.
Dear bride and groom, today you are getting married to create a Soviet family. I'm sure you are aware of your duty to society and the Soviet state. Yes. Which surname do you choose in registering the marriage? My husband's.
This wedding cake of a building used to be the town hall in Kaunas. Now it's the Palace of Weddings. It processes up to 40 weddings a day. You get your date 2 months ahead, and when they call your names, you better be ready. There's another wedding every 15 minutes. By Lithuanian custom, friends kiss the bride at the ceremony while the parents wait at home to greet the newlyweds.
We wish you all the best in your family life.
There's a sense of independence in these Baltic young people, a feeling that it is they who make their lives work. It's a feeling that thrives throughout the Baltic republics.
Take an amazing voyage through Plymouth Grand Voyager and discover why the pride's inside. Beyond versatility, room for up to 8, front-wheel drive handling. Beyond the excitement of Voyager's fuel-injected V6. The best protection and highest owner satisfaction of any minivan. Deep within Plymouth Voyager, the pride's inside, before you're inside.
Rude is air conditioning.
All across America, from her cities to her farms, dependable Rude air conditioning keeps America cool. Air conditioning with a proven record for high efficiency. Nothing beats a Rude.
Rude is air conditioning.
Hey, Walter, what's up?
With great taste and just 1 calorie, Diet Coke is the one soft drink everyone's falling for.
Hi.
Hi.
1 calorie just for the taste of it. Diet Coke.
What's for dinner? That's a question you must answer 365 dinners a year. Well, Lipton Recipe Soup Mix gives you days and days of delicious ideas, like onion-baked pork chops, country-style pot roast, a savory meatloaf, and pasta primavera. Only Lipton's toasted onion pieces and special seasonings could make food taste this delicious. So what's for dinner? Lipton.
Tina Jansen is on her way to an appointment with a man who, in his own way, is a remarkable pioneer. Her hairdresser. Yuri Trashin's beauty salon is one of the first of the new style enterprises that Moscow is allowing to grow in the new socialist economy. And things are looking good.
Ну, в общем, что-то такое.
Yuri, his wife Natasha, and a friend Irina are business partners. They share the work, and they share the profits. There's been plenty of both. And there's another equally important benefit. They are their own bosses. They no longer work for the State Hairdressers Guild. Yuri has rapidly built up a personal following. Services like his have been a problem in the Soviet Union. But now the government is allowing, in fact encouraging, people to break away from the large state-run organizations to go into business for themselves. It's called perestroika, economic reconstruction. Yuri and his partners must figure out their own budgets, rent their equipment from the state, and work hard enough to make sure that there's some profit. It's what we call incentive. Ideas come to Tallinn in many forms, including television from Helsinki, only 50 miles away. This is Toivo Mangels, a government economist charged with helping to plan the future. Toivo lives in a new apartment complex with his wife and 3 sons. They know the West. They watch Dallas and Benny Hill and the latest current events programs. Toivo is head of labor resources at Gosplan, the huge government planning organization responsible for implementing the new bold economic reforms. They may be too bold for some of the old guard.
Bürokraadid seavad tõkked mitte ainult majandusreformi elluviimiseks ja see ei ole omane mitte ainult...
Bureaucrats not only obstruct economic reforms, but everything that's new. It's the same all over the world, including in Estonia. But as the new economic conditions are implemented, I think the uncooperative bureaucrats will be unmasked, and in the long run they will have to cooperate.
Reactionary bureaucrats got a lesson in motivation recently when the Soviet Prime Minister dropped in for a quick visit to Victor's Pie Shop in Tallinn, a cafe that had become so attractive under the new laws that it was swamped with customers.
Но мы
взяли в аренду помещение, нам дало
We
государство.
rent our premises, equipment, tableware, and the uniforms from the state, and we buy foodstuffs from them. We add all that up, and what's left in our fund for wages is divided among the workers.
Высчитывают, и у нас остается фонд заработной платы, который мы делим на всех сотрудников.
23 people used to work here before. They used to make 14,000 rubles a month. We've cut down on staff, and with 16 people, we now make 24 to 25,000 rubles. The difference in rubles is obvious.
Kui inimene loob kohviku, siis ta astub täiesti tundmatule maale.
When someone opens a cafe, he sticks his neck out. Until now, we have lived in a secure world with guaranteed minimum pay. Even if people were idlers, the state still looked after them. Now we have got a new situation.
What's good for a restaurant is also good for a taxi business. The express taxi firm employs anyone with their own car who wants to earn some extra money. It's good for the drivers, and it's good for their customers. One purpose of the new laws is to legitimize businesses already operating on the black market. Toivo Mangals is looking for a part he needs for his car, and he knows you'll find it here. A car repair shop that's been legal for only a few months has been in business for 8 years. Some of these small businesses that suddenly find they're legitimate will also find that they now have to pay taxes. Another private venture which Toivo approves of wholeheartedly is the Video Cafe in the seaside town of Pernu. It's famous throughout the Soviet Union. Private ventures are paying off here. Nearly a quarter of Tallinn's 800 taxis are now private, and everyone's curious about them, including Tina.
Have you been driving your own taxi for long?
This is my second month.
And how much do you earn?
Well, the state wage is 168 rubles a month. But over the last 2 months, I've cleared 400 or 450 rubles a month.
That's good. You can manage on that all right.
Yes, and I'm certain that if this trend continues, in the future, state taxes will go over to the individual or cooperative system.
Oh, why?
Because you won't need the huge bureaucracy that's required to administer a state taxi fleet.
It's Stan Eric's 3rd birthday, and all his friends have been invited to the Children's Cafe. McDonald's hasn't reached the Soviet Union yet, but it can't be long. In Estonia, there are standards of design, comfort, quality, and service that are not yet found in Russia itself. When fast food restaurants do make their appearance, they'll probably try them first along the Baltic coast. Young and old seem to have a try-anything spirit here. But for the Moscow planners, the big question is, will it sell in Uzbekistan?
It's a big world,
And nobody knows more about helping kids grow into it than Flintstones, with all the vitamins kids need. Flintstones, America's favorite.
Good morning, sir.
I need to cash a check.
No problem,
Then I
Mr.
realize
Bridgewater.
I'm from out of state.
Well, your bank is part of the First Nationwide Network.
Bank card and my license.
Fine, sir.
I've got 34 credit cards. Here's my passport. This is the title to my house, title to my car. This is the title of my favorite songs. I also belong to Joggers Anonymous. Here's my immunization papers, my Clear Speakers Club of America card, my 1-hour photo card. I also have a Rototiller Championship.
Members of the First Nationwide Network treat you with respect, concern, and understanding. But don't worry, you'll get used to it.
Everyone asks, Corinthian leather? Of course, why not the best? It's the same with our new Chrysler New Yorker. It gives you everything. Powerful V6, anti-lock brakes, front-wheel drive, rich leather, 770 protection plan. And Chrysler's exclusive Crystal Key program, complete car coverage with owner care that's even better than Rolls-Royce or Mercedes. Chrysler New Yorker gives you the one thing you always wanted in a luxury car. Everything.
After wars, invasions, and revolutions, and 70 years of isolation, can the Soviet people learn to trust us? Can we learn to trust them?
To live together or to die together. Nobody wants to die.
I'm Roy Scheider. Join me, your host, for Part 3 of Portrait of the Soviet Union, an extraordinary television special, a program about our times.
Concludes tomorrow night, 8:05 Eastern, on the Superstation. Tuesday night, a Bogart double feature.
A kiss is just a kiss, a sigh is just a sigh.
Still America's most beloved classic, Casablanca. Then he's tough.
When you're slapped, you'll take it and like it.
And he knows what he wants.
The stuff that dreams are made of.
The Maltese Falcon, beginning at 10:05 Eastern on Superstation TBS Tuesday night.
The Baltic style is our way of characterizing a new spark of energy here. You can see it in the faces of the people, the way they respond to perestroika, economic reconstruction, and glasnost, which means openness. You can also hear it in the words of the journalists, who are now beginning to report on the problems as well as the achievements in Soviet life. But most of all, you can feel it from the artists, who are reviving and preserving the best of Baltic literature, art, and music.
The power which this music holds over the people of Latvia goes far beyond aesthetics. Its source is the huge pipe organ, once the largest in the world, of the Dom Cathedral in Riga. The beauty of Bach's organ prelude in G major is, of course, what attracts people. But there's also a growing appreciation of Baltic culture at work here. It goes way back. Riga, capital of Latvia, is today a modern industrial city of 1 million. Once it was a fabled Baltic port ruled by knights of the Teutonic Order. Then came other rulers, Poland, Sweden, Denmark. And 250 years ago, Latvia became part of the Russian Empire. But there is a distinct German flavor to Riga, the legacy of its ancient membership in the Hanseatic League, a group of old trading ports linking Germany with Russia. The language here is Latvian, and at the Latvian Writers Club it is taken as seriously as we take the English language. Their alphabet is Roman like ours, instead of the Russian Cyrillic, and although most Baltic people can speak Russian, it's a second language. Today, writers meet with publisher to discuss which books to print this year. Today's agenda is important. There's a new Latvian grammar book, and a definitive 8-volume edition on Latvian folk music. Manuscripts are chosen by merit rather than commercial considerations. Throughout the Soviet Union, writers, artists, musicians, and sculptors are held in high regard. Indulis Ranka is a sculptor with an enthusiastic following here in Latvia. His wife Mara is a potter with a thriving market for her own works. Their 4 children grow up in the great studio they call home. Ilsa, the eldest daughter, recognizes that one can achieve status here as an artist, and she will enter art school soon to study animation. The house Mara and Indulis built themselves in the outskirts of Riga is on land given to them by the government. Mara, because she is a mother of 4, is allowed to work at home and sell her pottery through a state factory.
This will be the central piece in the Latvian folk songs park in Sigulda, a sculpture representing the future. This is the top part, which I'm working on right now. The lower part is over there. The total height is 18 feet. We'll place it in the middle of Folk Songs Hill. The model isn't too good at the moment. The bottom part still has to be worked on. But the top is clearer. You can follow this line all the way through.
Folk Songs Hill is in the Sigulda National Park. Every piece of sculpture is inspired by a Latvian folk song, and every piece was created by Indulis Ranka.
Maybe it was lucky that for centuries the German barons and clergy didn't consider Latvians as people. Latvian folklore and art was passed from generation to generation by word of mouth, and therefore couldn't be extinguished. That's why there are so many songs today, because they were rather sacred things. They are a rich source of inspiration to me.
Art is an inspiration to most Latvians, and they celebrate it every spring with a festival. If there's such a thing as artist as hero, Gemma Schoolmay is one.
akšās jau sen esam bijuši rajonos, pilsētās. Esam saņēmuši ļoti daudz sirsnības, ļoti daudz mīlestības, notikušas.
Over the years, she's been consistently courageous in her support for younger artists, whose work might have fallen foul of the authorities. Once young artists have proved themselves to be serious and talented, they're usually able to enjoy high public esteem and a lifestyle to match. Gemma's lifestyle includes a large detached house, which she inherited from her father, who was also an artist. She's a widow, and her husband was an artist, too. Her son is a popular cartoonist, and her daughter, who lives in the house with her young son, is going to art school. Gemma is beginning to be recognized abroad, and has recently exhibited in Washington and Pittsburgh. She is permitted to sell her paintings outside the USSR and keep the money in foreign currency. But the independence to paint as she feels was not the birthright of an artistic dynasty. She's had to struggle for what she's got.
In Latvia, artists really have achieved freedom of expression, those that have real talent. We've had our opponents, but time has passed and we've shaken hands. We are happy that we've been understood. We've earned prestige, freedom, and respect. We have been provocateurs. We have expressed the spirit of disquiet. We've been prophets and soothsayers. And we've foreseen all sorts of things we haven't liked. We've been involved in life, in issues that concern nature, ecology, and social disorder. We are the ones that have exposed it all.
Gemma, who once bucked the system, is now part of a more understanding establishment.
Where was I? Oh, yes. Art is about life, and life is politics. All artists are politicians.
Inside Plymouth Sundance. Computer designed, laser checked. Backed for 7 years or 70,000 miles. Prides in its value. Front wheel drive, split fold down seats, stainless steel exhaust. 47 quality standard features priced under $8,000. Plymouth Sundance. The pride's inside before you're inside.
When allergies hit you right between the eyes, you want Comtrex AS Multi-Symptom Allergy Sinus Formula. It does more. Look, Comtrex AS not only relieves stuffy, sneezy, itchy allergies, but sinus pain, too. Sudafed can't, chlortrimeton can't, Benadryl can't. They can't relieve those allergy symptoms and sinus pain, too. But Comtrex AS can. So when allergies hit you right between the eyes...
Thank goodness for Comtrex AS.
The policy of glossiness, or openness, is about the right to express your ideas and feelings more freely. It's seen as an essential part of the move to build a better Soviet society. Facing up to problems is an important part of this process. And it's starting to happen in a way that would have been inconceivable a few years ago. A young Latvian filmmaker made a documentary with a subject matter so striking that when it opened in Moscow, nearly 200,000 people came to see it in a week. The Politburo requested its own private showing. The film is Yuris Podnik's Is It Easy to Be Young?
There are punks and Krishnas in the film, but that's not the main thing. The main thing is that young people of 16 or 17 are boiling over with energy and see nowhere to use it. Of course I had difficulties defending the film, but something has really changed in our country. I had a chance to defend the film in front of an editorial board and to prove that it was necessary to tackle these things. Thank God they allowed me to make it. Now the film has a life of its own.
Then if he feels it, then he must say it by all means, and nothing can stop him or...
We have a dialogue, yeah?
Dialogue.
Dialogue with ministry, dialogue with our committee of our party and other committees. It's not yeah?
It's not an order. They gave advice this way. As I told you before, they gave some advices. They said, perhaps this could be omitted, or perhaps this there you can change it. They didn't say strictly, you must take it away, or with this you must finish it. But they gave advices, and if he could stand for his idea, and he could prove it, then this was left.
I am a product of our time. I'm a product too. You understand?
And
my sensor is
in himself,
inside me. It's a very great problem for me.
Yuris Podnik's film has made him a celebrity. His wife and son see him off to Moscow in a film festival in Georgia.
I've been asked to make a film about drug addiction. I didn't particularly want to take this on. I felt I was being typecast as the problem man. But then my son was offered some pills at school. Thank God he didn't take them. But it made me realize that this was going on right here, that it's my problem as well.
The school Yuris' son Davis attends, middle school number 7 in Riga, is a large school by Soviet standards, with 2,000 students and a teacher ratio of 18 to 1. The headmistress believes the best teachers have always encouraged children to question. The new openness in the USSR may bring these children into contact with a greater range of ideas, both inside the school and out. Openness is not just about coming clean on social problems. It's just as important to spotlight problems in the economy. Up until now, investigative journalism has played no part. But this is changing, too. Pravda's Lithuanian correspondent, Domas Šnukas, is a force to be reckoned with. Nowadays, when the man from the most powerful newspaper in the Soviet Union visits a factory, the managers can expect trouble. This Vilnius drill plant is the 3rd largest of its kind in the world, and an important source of foreign exchange for the Soviet Union.
What sort of things would you like to see the management doing in the near future?
Well, I'd say the problem of space is the most urgent one. We're getting more and more machine tools, and the premises are too small. There is too much dust and noise.
The power of Pravda is very great. Many colleagues of mine have helped various managers to leave their posts because of poor performance, including ministers as well.
Domas walks his son home from school to the apartment which is also his office. He reflects on the new policies which make it more difficult for bureaucrats of industry to hide their bad performance.
Pravda correspondents have the right to visit any enterprise, and there is no censorship except on defense issues. The editor, of course, has his own point of view. I think this is normal throughout the world, but I can pick up the phone and complain about it. So far on political, ideological, and economic subjects, I've been able to express my views freely.
Television news reporters have not been as aggressive as the press in investigating stories, but nevertheless, today, the 9 o'clock news is the most popular program on Soviet television.
Good evening.
Good evening, comrades. Today, Comrade Gorbachev came to Riga. He was met at the airport by the heads of the Latvian Republic, representatives of the Latvian Communist Party Central Committee, and members of the public. Perestroika, perestroika. What will perestroika bring us?
Matti Talvik is one of a new breed of reporters on Estonian television. His weekly reports have exposed many a bureaucrat in the full glare of studio lights. Last week, he wanted to know why medicines were not more readily available. This week, it's the problem of shoddy construction work. Those responsible will face Matti's questions live. Matti prepares the program with an on-site investigation. He interviews local officials and points his camera at the things that are wrong. This apartment building was thrown up so fast that it isn't safe. People can't live in it. The demand for new apartments is so great that this has become a hot story. A few years ago, this kind of problem would have been covered up.
I
think that the most important thing about the Glasnost Openness campaign is not that we are allowed to speak more freely, but that the leading party organizations have now developed legal safeguards to protect the right of free speech. Formerly, secrecy was maintained by one minister phoning another until the message filtered down to the media. Then everything was hushed up. This has been discussed over and over again, and the activities of those who have interfered with the media have been criticized. The results are beginning to show. I can tell you that the work of the media is more effective now and more open.
Stop.
From the same historic odyssey that brought you the revealing Superstation Special, Portrait of the Soviet Union. Now you can own the limited edition series of photographs from photographer Michael Reagan's Portrait of the Soviet Union portfolio. This collection of 15 photographs can be yours for only $19.95 plus $3 shipping and handling. Call toll-free 1-800-257-1234 or write Portrait of the Soviet Union Portfolio, Box 7500, Atlanta, Georgia 30357.
4 years ago, Scott Emerson was lying in this hospital suffering from a heart attack. Since then, his doctor prescribed a regimen of exercise, the right foods, and a Bayer aspirin a day. Studies show aspirin helps reduce the risk of heart attacks. Ask your doctor how Bayer may help you. Not long ago, Scott Emerson had a heart attack. Today, he had a son. Bayer, the wonder drug that works wonders.
Everyone asks, Corinthian leather? Of course, why not the best? It's the same with our new Chrysler New Yorker. It gives you everything. Powerful V6, anti-lock brakes, front-wheel drive, rich leather, 770 protection plan. And Chrysler's exclusive Crystal Keep program, complete car coverage with owner care that's even better than Rolls-Royce or Mercedes. Chrysler New Yorker gives you the one thing you always wanted in a luxury car. Everything.
Do something. Anything.
Vilnius University celebrates History Day. Here and throughout the Baltic republics, history goes deep. Valdas Vanilaita and his fellow archaeology students have a rare opportunity to uncover some of its layers. The authorities are creating a pedestrian mall in the old part of Vilnius. It's a chance for Valdas and his classmates to try and find the city's medieval foundations. It's a labor of love for their city and for Lithuania, a country that had to work hard to find its place in the Soviet Union.
When Lithuania joined the Soviet Union, many things worked in its favor. Most of all, it felt safe. I don't think Lithuania is oppressed, because it's not a nation that is assimilated very easily.
Throughout the Baltic republics, outside influences make small inroads into the individuality and creativity of their people. Would you buy a used car from Victor Kulbergs? Well, he might buy one from you, if it was old enough and rare enough. Victor is the founder of the first vintage car club in the Soviet Union, and obviously the first here in the city of Riga. The club now owns 50 rare and beautiful automobiles, and its members own another 200. Once a year, the club holds a rally so everybody can enjoy them. A wreck is not a wreck to this club. It's a new acquisition. Soon enough, it looks like this.
This one, Renault, of 1927, belongs to one of the first club members of our club. It was founded in 1972. And this one, exclusive Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow of 1965, is a little bit modified by traffic accident. And it had been one of the cars of our previous master, Mr. Brezhnev.
Victor has vintage car contacts all over the world. An American millionaire collector wanted this car so badly, he offered to build Victor a car museum in exchange for it. But the club wanted to keep it. So, somehow, Victor persuaded the authorities in Moscow not only to keep the car, but to finance the museum as well.
So, okay, start the engine. This is a superstar of our collection, the Auto Union racing car of 1938. Top speed is nearly 350 kilometers per hour, because this 16-cylinder engine makes about 440 horsepower. It's too unique to put a price here. If last year the top price of old-timer had been $10 million for Bugatti Royale, then maybe more, maybe less.
The car Victor proudly drives today is a Russian-made ZIL, armor-plated and bulletproofed. It once belonged to another Soviet master.
Stalin didn't draw it. Only Brezhnev and Kosygin had drawn at wheel. But it's very special. It's specially built as an armored car to be most secure automobile in the world. Now you see the building of our auto museum. You can see that the symbol of building is used, the radiator grille of Rolls-Royce, the best and more expensive car in the world, as a symbol of the best work done by man. And all the project architecture of our building had been made by our Latvian architects, who planned it especially for exposing and restoring old-timer motorcycles and automobiles.
The Baltic republics have been a part of the Soviet Union for almost 50 years. 20 years before that, they were nations for the first and only time in their history. As independent countries, they have ceased to exist. As peoples, they are as strong as ever. Every 5 years, A fantastic event takes place here. 1/3 of the people in Estonia gather for a great festival of song. It always ends the same way. My homeland, I love you with all my heart. It's a love expressed in many ways. Perhaps the most touching is that of Olav Sohns, mapmaker. His land is but a small spot on the vastness of the Soviet Union. But in the maps he makes, Estonia is everything.
I think that large nations have made these maps. Little Estonian nation has not made maps. I will now make a map and give the history back to a nation. This is a culture map, and I've made birds, fishes, navigation, architecture, all together 25 is made. I think that it is necessary to make the maps for Estonian nation now.
A place on the map. What a glorious thing to want. The choir sings, I do not need other lands, for in my breast lies Estonia. And in the Soviet Union today, these people can more easily sing that song.
Portrait of the Soviet Union, a revealing superstation series, concludes with how the Soviets are opening up to us and why it's important for us to open up to them. This important series offers you the opportunity to get to know the Soviet people.
Concludes tomorrow night, 8:05 Eastern, on the Superstation.
He was so rude to me. And in public, too. Then he called me by another woman's name. Bambi. Who's Bambi? Do I look like a Bambi?
I'll take care of everything.
Would you?
Miss Smith will be banking with us now. Welcome to our bank.
Members of the First Nationwide Network treat you with respect, concern, and understanding. But don't worry, you'll get used to it.
From the frigid Great Lakes
An Alka-Seltzer Plus, that's all I ever needed.
to the icy mountains of Oregon,
It's been excellent for me.
more and more Americans are taking Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine. Fast, effective relief for tough winter colds.
In a word, it works.
Now, Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine introduces a new nighttime formula.
It helps clear my sinuses where the pressure builds up so I can breathe and sleep better.
New Alka-Seltzer Plus nighttime cold medicine. Nothing puts your cold to sleep faster.
Take an amazing voyage through Plymouth Grand Voyager and discover why the pride's inside. Beyond versatility, room for up to 8, front-wheel drive handling. Beyond the excitement of Voyager's fuel-injected V6. The best protection and highest owner satisfaction of any minivan. Deep within Plymouth Voyager, the pride's inside. Before you're inside.
Yes, Mrs. Ferber. I'll be right over.
What's up?
It's Alex. He's been burying things in Mrs. Ferber's garden again.
Right here.
Alex, a bottle of Stroh's.
Keep digging.
Nice, Alex. 15-pack.
Keep digging.
With Stroh's and Stroh Light 15 and 30 packs, you get more beer. How did he get a whole truck down there?
Why don't we ask the driver?
Portrait of the Soviet Union has been brought to you by Stroh's and Stroh Light. Now you're talking good times, and Stroh's is spoken here. And by Plymouth. The pride's inside every Plymouth. Designed in and built in. Plymouth, the pride's inside. And by Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold Medicine. Fast, effective relief for tough winter colds.
Model Tina Janssen, economist Toivo Mangels, the artists, the factory workers, the journalists, even the mapmaker Olav Sohns. These are the kind of people who are going to make perestroika and glasnost work in the Soviet Union. They all have a great respect for the Baltic tradition, but they also have a progressive attitude towards life.
presenting a revealing series entitled Portrait of the Soviet Union, a look at the heart and soul of Soviet life.
When first contact was made with the Soviets to discuss Ted Turner's idea to produce a documentary series, it was never imagined that he would be awakening a sleeping giant. It was never imagined that he would be initiating the most revealing and comprehensive look ever inside the Soviet Union. This is Portrait of the Soviet Union. Roy Scheider will be your guide as you journey between the Baltic in the west to the Pacific in the east. Take this first ever opportunity to come to know a great land, a great people.
Beach resorts, cowboys, rock concerts, independent business. Life in the U.S.? Nope. Life in the Soviet Union.
The Superstation is proud to present Portrait of the Soviet Union.
The Soviet Union faces west, along 1,000 miles of gentle rolling farmland. It's a vulnerable land, with no natural barriers. It has always been the favorite route of invading armies. Swedes, Poles, French, and Germans have all cut their way through here, heading for Moscow. The people whose homes stood in their path were not warriors, but farmers, Ukrainians, Belarusians, people of the land, a land steeped in the horrors of war. Has tempered the spirit of the Soviet people. 20 million died in World War II defending their homeland. In these parts, no family was left untouched. Though this land has not seen war for 2 generations, the memory lives on. Nothing will drive them from their native soil.
Portrait of the Soviet Union is brought to you by Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold Medicine. Fast, effective relief for tough winter colds. And Chrysler. At Chrysler, we're driving to be the best. And New York Life, to help you get the most out of life. And Stroh's and Stroh-Lite. Now you're talking good times, and Stroh's is spoken here.
Yes, Mrs. Ferber. I'll be right over.
What's up?
It's Alex. He's been burying things in Mrs. Ferber's garden again.
Right here.
Alex, a bottle of Stroh's.
Keep digging.
Nice, Alex. 15-pack.
Keep digging.
With Stroh's and Stroh-Lite 15 and 30 packs, you get more beer. How did he get a whole truck down there?
Why don't we ask the driver?
Everyone asks. Corinthian leather. Of course, why not the best? It's the same with our new Chrysler New Yorker. It gives you everything. Powerful V6, anti-lock brakes, front-wheel drive, rich leather, 770 protection plan. And Chrysler's exclusive Crystal Key program, complete car coverage with owner care that's even better than Rolls-Royce or Mercedes. Chrysler New Yorker gives you the one thing you always wanted in a luxury car. Everything.
This is an historic moment. Commander Morse is about to end her 28-year mission to Saturn.
Major Schultz, what condition will she be in?
It's hard to say.
We believe she's been in hypersleep for most of the voyage.
She hasn't aged a year.
How am I doing? There's another call for you.
York life. I thought you might want to get together to see how you're doing financially.
So all those plans we put in place 28 years ago?
Your future is coming. Get the most out of life with New York Life.
Добрый день. Hello. The eternal flame is a symbol of a country's sacrifice in war. It has deep meaning to all of us. To the Soviets, it has a special meaning. These visitors here have no doubts in their minds about the debt of gratitude they owe to those who have given their lives. The young and the old come here. Brides come here on their wedding day. They come to remember that this country, time and time again, has had to turn its plowshares into swords.
The Ukraine. The name means borderland. Of the 15 Soviet republics, it's the second largest in population. Traditionally, this is the breadbasket of the country. These are rich pastures blessed with the famous Ukrainian Chernozem, or black earth, an exceptionally productive soil. Rural life in the Ukraine has a rare, timeless quality. Not everyone here is a farmer, but most Ukrainians live close to the land. Around any village home, there are always the basics that make a country family fairly self-sufficient. These people don't ask a lot from life, other than to be allowed to get on in their own gentle way. The farming lands of the Ukraine, Belarusia, and a corner of the Russian Republic stretch for 1,000 miles from the Crimea in the south to Leningrad in the north, the buffer zone between Europe and Russia. Life in these lands is governed by unpredictable weather, severe winters that last too long, or heavy rainfall in the wrong season can wipe out the labor of months in a matter of days. But it's man who's brought the greatest suffering to the people of the borderlands. Over centuries, war has been a blight on their lives. At 13, Ivan Fedorchenko, along with millions of other young Ukrainians, was taken to Germany as slave labor. His wife, Olya, will never forget what life in the Ukraine was like under the German occupation. A time when daily thousands of homes were bombed and shelled into oblivion.
It was like the beginning of the last judgment. We packed and left the cows and chickens and our valuables and went to a shelter for 12 days. It was impossible to go out. Everything was on fire. There were shells and bombs exploding everywhere. But we had to feed the cows and pigs. I was the youngest, so I had to run home to feed the animals. I had to dive for cover at least 100 times on the way.
There were 400 houses here, and the Germans burnt about 300 of them. Some were shelled, and some they set on fire with torches. Everything was destroyed in the war and had to be rebuilt. When we came back from the army, we had to rebuild everything. Collective farms, houses, everything was destroyed. We've had to rebuild the Ukraine so many times. We are tired of it.
Ivan Fedorchenko's bitter memories are shared by all Soviets. In 1941, Germany invaded the Soviet Union. German troops moved swiftly along the traditional routes of Belarusia and the Ukraine. 2 years later, when they retreated through the same lands, they left behind a trail of savage destruction and unspeakable horror. The Nazis bequeathed another legacy to the people of the borderlands. A generation of women made widows, condemned to a life alone. Claudia Mikhailovna is one of the many thousands.
Nobody expected war. Do you think it was easy for us? Do you understand I was left alone when my husband was killed? Do you think it was easy to be left alone and have to raise children? Look at me. I'm 73 years old, but my hair has been as white as it is now since I was 26. Do you know how my 3-year-old daughter died? When her father was gone, we had to live in a cellar, and she caught pneumonia. Where could I go with one child by the hand, carrying another one, and the third one running behind, holding onto my skirt? What protection was there for a woman on her own, with German soldiers everywhere in the country?
In these lands, the memory of war is never far from the surface. But everyday life goes on as if it all happened somewhere else. The courage and resilience of the farming people who live here is immeasurable, even when faced with an unseen invader. The village of Zalesia once housed 200 families. Today, it's uninhabited. Nobody knows whether people will ever live here again. Zalesia is only 12 miles from Chernobyl. The explosion at Chernobyl's nuclear power plant cast a shroud of radiation that reached northern Europe. An area of 20 miles in all directions around the plant was so badly contaminated, it had to be cordoned off. When the extent of the Chernobyl disaster was known, the entire country responded immediately. Selfless acts of heroism and sacrifice recalled the days of war. 6 of the firemen who bravely fought the blaze in the early hours have since died, victims of radiation. Others will meet the same fate. The long-term effects on the 112,000 Ukrainians who were evacuated from the danger zone are impossible to gauge. The town of Pripyat had been specially built to house Chernobyl's plant workers and their families. It stands just 3 miles from the power plant. After the explosion, its 45,000 inhabitants were among the first to be evacuated. Today, Pripyat is simply a ghost town. The danger zone around Chernobyl is still very much a reality. Traffic in and out of the area is restricted. Radiation levels on the vehicles that are allowed through are meticulously monitored. At Chernobyl, the plant itself is still functioning, but the deadly reactor number 4 is now encased in a concrete sarcophagus. It stands a silent and sinister reminder of that dreadful April morning. Despite the mistakes that led to the tragedy, reactors 1 and 2 continue to work. Hopefully, lessons have been learned, and the errors of the past will never be repeated. In the surrounding countryside, the Ukrainian people, indeed all Soviets, have rallied to help the evacuees. The new towns that are being built are no substitute for losing a home. But in the face of this fearful tragedy, morale among Ukrainians is high. To Soviets, their homeland is sacred. Whatever the threat, they've learned to face it united.
U.S. ski team member Felix McGrath talks about Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine.
It's such a relief to be able to go out on the hill and to not have to worry about a runny nose, being congested, having aches and pains.
Alka-Seltzer Plus cold medicine really works.
Every day I miss training is taking away a level of performance. As an athlete, you're always on the edge of getting sick.
Alka-Seltzer Plus, fast, effective relief for tough winter colds.
It's been excellent for me.
Try new Alka-Seltzer Plus nighttime cold medicine to relieve your cold at night.
The pride's inside Plymouth Sundance. Pride's in its value. 770 protection, front-wheel drive, split fold-down seats, stainless steel exhaust. 47 quality standard features priced under $8,000. Plymouth Sundance. The pride's inside before you're inside.
Plymouth introduces America's winners. Get $500 cash back on Plymouth Sundance.
It's over there, sir. What is it?
I think it's human.
Let's get it out.
A frozen skier was removed from the glacier today in the high mountains outside of Zermatt, Switzerland.
1988.
The skier has been identified as David Atterbury, missing for 26 years.
He's alive.
What happened?
You'll be just fine. You're doing better today. Someone to see you.
I'm Lorraine Callahan. My father was your New York life agent. Now I am.
Callahan, of course.
Those financial plans you and my father put together, doing very well.
Your future is coming. Get the most out of life with New York Life.
Tonight, a Bogart double feature.
A kiss is just a kiss, a sigh is just a sigh.
Still America's most beloved classic, Casablanca. Then he's tough.
When you're slapped, you'll take it and like it.
And he knows what he wants.
The stuff that dreams are made of.
The Maltese Falcon. Beginning at 10:05 Eastern on Superstation TBS tonight.
Cossack country. Pastures, horses, and wide open spaces. The song tells the story of Stenka Razin, a great Cossack hero who dared to lead an uprising against the Tsar of Russia in the 17th century. This flat, grassy steppeland that runs from Rostov in Russia west to the Ukraine was the home of the free-roving Cossacks. Staro-Cherkasy, on the River Don, is an old Cossack town, or stanitsa. Its Cathedral of the Resurrection has a special place in the history of the Don Cossacks. It was here that the defeated Stenka Razin was brought by the authorities. They say he was kept in these chains before being taken to Moscow. There he was publicly tortured and quartered alive in the middle of Red Square. Cossacks, the name means horsemen. We're not a race,
but a brotherhood of free spirits, fugitives from the authorities who led a semi-nomadic life. Napoleon once sent spies to discover the secret of the warrior horseman. He was told, Cossacks are born, not made. Today in the Soviet Union, there is no question of dropping out to join a brotherhood that lives outside the law. Cossacks are a thing of the past, but there are many around the Don River who claim Cossack blood in their veins. Pavel Ignatiev is one of them.
My grandfather and my father were Cossacks, so I suppose that makes me a Cossack too. I was born here and we've always lived here. Life here is very beautiful. I love the River Don. As a boy, I used to swim and catch crayfish. In summer, when it was hot, my mother used to be looking for me to do something, but I'd be off swimming. I don't think there's a better place than the Don anywhere.
Hunting and fishing were very much a part of Cossack life in earlier times, and that love of the outdoor life still survives around the Don River. Five generations of Pavel's family have lived here in Rybatsky village, the site of one of the oldest Cossack settlements on the Don. But many of the houses are not so old. Much of the village was destroyed when the German army advanced this way in 1942. Like every town and village in the Soviet Union, Rybatsky has not forgotten either its war dead or its war heroes. Pavel Ignatiev fought and distinguished himself with the partisans, irregular bands of resistance fighters.
At the start of the war, the Germans advanced quickly and our regiment was surrounded. One of our commanders said we should go westward and form a partisan group. I was in the Dzerzhinsky brigade. Once we were ordered to blow up a train. We went to the station where the train was, and there were German patrols guarding it. But we attacked them and managed to destroy the train. I was given the Order of the Red Star for it.
The people of the borderlands have a special affection for their woods and the wild berries that grow there. During the war, the brothers Vladimir and Anatoly Gorokhovsky put their knowledge of the woods to good use.
The forest is like a second home to us. We've got so used to it. Every time we come here now, I think of our days with the partisans. I can feel them around me everywhere, like it was yesterday. I can see the campfires we used to sit around talking.
It sounds like a schoolboy adventure story, but then Anatoly and Vladimir Gorokhovsky were only 14 and 15 at the time.
They gave us jobs to do that were difficult for grown-ups. But because we were children, we looked less suspicious. The main thing was to steal mines from the German minefields. The partisans were short of explosives. We took baskets like we were going berry or mushroom picking. We crawled along on our stomachs, carefully examining every blade of grass to find out where the mines were. When we found them, we disarmed them, put them in our baskets, and took them away. This is how we got mines that our side could use wherever they were needed. Like I said, every time we come into the forest, those days with the partisans come back to me. I can't forget them. You know, we've got a saying in our country. No one is forgotten, nothing is forgotten. Well, it's true.
Portrait of the Soviet Union is brought to you by Bayer Aspirin. Bayer, the wonder drug that works wonders. And by Plymouth, the pride's inside every Plymouth, designed in and built in. Plymouth, the pride's inside. And by New York Life, to help you get the most out of life. And by Nabisco Brands. We make products that make friends.
The finer things in life. Happily, some are affordable, like Grey Poupon Dijon mustard. Grey Poupon is so fine, it's even made with white wine. Its original French Dijon recipe adds distinctive flavor to beef, pork, and poultry, salad dressing and sauces, and of course, sandwiches. So enjoy one of life's finer pleasures.
Pardon me, would you have any Grey Poupon?
But of course. Grey Poupon, one of life's finer pleasures.
Take an amazing voyage through Plymouth Grand Voyager and discover why the pride's inside. Beyond versatility, room for up to 8, front-wheel drive handling. Beyond the excitement of Voyager's fuel-injected V6. The best protection and highest owner satisfaction of any minivan. Deep within Plymouth Voyager, the pride's inside. Before you're inside.
4 years ago, Scott Emerson was lying in this hospital suffering from a heart attack. Since then, his doctor prescribed a regimen of exercise, the right foods, and a Bayer aspirin a day. Studies show aspirin helps reduce the risk of heart attacks. Ask your doctor how Bayer may help you. Not long ago, Scott Emerson had a heart attack. Today, he had a son. Bayer, the wonder drug that works wonders.
The issues some candidates raise are hardly issues that will get young people to vote. But there is a candidate who represents a refreshing change.
Thank you. If you want to get young people to vote, give them something to vote for. Something not too heavy, like the light, refreshing taste of New Coke. Now, there's an issue you don't have to be 18 to vote for.
Elect the light, better taste for a brighter, better America.
New voters, New Coke. Think about it.
There's not a family in Leningrad who didn't lose someone in the Great Patriotic War. The Germans surrounded Leningrad. They bombed it. They starved it out for 900 days. Finally, Hitler's army, defeated, withdrew. But 900,000 people died to keep this city alive. Very hard for us to grasp the enormity of that sacrifice. You only stare in amazement and horror at these mass graves. The epitaph of the 600,000 buried here is to be seen on the faces of the mourners. No one is forgotten. Nothing is forgotten.
Когда началась война,
On the 22nd of June 1941, when the war began, my husband was sent to the front right away and was killed. My daughter died of hunger and cold in December that year. She was only 7 months old.
Rima Smirnova survived the siege of Leningrad. Her moving story is by no means unique. The German assault on Leningrad began on September 4th, 1941. Those caught inside the city on that day were trapped in a living hell for the next 2.5 years. The city's tramcars were Leningrad's arteries, a symbol of its life.
When the tramcars and trolleybuses stopped, it was a sad moment. They just stopped wherever they were at the time when the electricity was switched off.
стало очень плохо с продовольствием.
It became difficult to get food. There wasn't enough bread. People in Leningrad, including our family, ate boiled glue and fried mustard cakes. We had to carry water from the nearest source. The water supply and the sewage systems didn't work. But in spite of the horrors of famine and cold, somehow life in Leningrad went on.
Life went on, but barely. There was only one way into the city. It was called the Road of Life. Across the frozen Lake Ladoga, convoys with provisions ran a 20-mile gauntlet to keep Leningrad alive. But still, famine in the city was great. Vera Rugova remembers.
Once, when I was walking towards the bridge, I saw a man stagger and fall down. When I got to him, I could see that he was dying. I had a piece of sugar on me. I thought it might keep him alive, but a man in the crowd saw me putting it into his mouth and said, "What are you doing? It won't help him. Eat it yourself. You need it more than he does." I said, "No, let him taste some sweetness before he dies." The man died. I saw many people die at the front, but it was horrible to see a civilian die in the street in that way.
In 1 month alone, November 1941, 11,000 people died. In homes, there was no fuel for heating or light. The daily food ration for everyone, other than key technical workers, was 8 ounces. 4.5 ounces of synthetic bread, some fats, and a little cereal and sugar. People tried every recipe to stave off famine. Glue soaked from wallpaper, boiled leather belts. The fate of one family is chronicled in this diary.
Uncle Lyosha died at 4 o'clock. Lyoka died at 5 o'clock this morning, the 17th of March, 1942. All the savages are dead. Tanya is left all alone.
13-year-old Tanya Savachev, author of the diary, died 2 months after the siege had ended. Memories of those days are kept alive by Leningrad school children in research projects of their own.
The parents of one of the school children gave us this diary recently. It's the diary of Gleb Furs, a young boy who learned to write during the siege. There is a poem here you can read. This boy died in the siege.
We were given this little lamb. As you know, we already have some, but this is the smallest one we've been given yet. It was made by a schoolboy in a factory during the siege. He gave it to his teacher. It's so small, it probably didn't give out much light.
You know, the bread ration meant life then. If you lost your ration, you wouldn't wake up the next day. This is a piece of bread baked in a modern bakery using the siege recipe. It was brought to us by a schoolboy. This bread is special. It was made of sunflower pulp, wallpaper glue, and sawdust, with only a small amount of real flour. This bread is sacred. It's a piece of life. It meant life in Leningrad.
In Leningrad, at the height of the siege, the state of morale was as important as the supply of food. The will to survive, the will to win, had to be nurtured as much as the body. Two theaters kept working throughout the siege. Leningrad's artists formed the Blockade Theater Company and gave concerts to the troops defending their city as well as to the civilians. In 1941, Vera Muskevich was a young ballet dancer, a member of the Blockade Theater Company. Today, Vera teaches at the Vagonovsky Ballet School. The past is all around her.
This hall is dear to me. When I was in school, we had lessons and rehearsals here. They continued during the war and the siege. We always used to sprinkle water on the floor to make it less slippery. But then the room wasn't heated, so the water froze immediately. We danced in heavy woolen clothing, with gloves and headscarves. But the work went on. My first concert was very memorable. I'll never forget it. I didn't think that I would be able to dance. I was very weak and couldn't think about my art. The concert took place in a hospital, among wounded men. There was no electric light, only smoky lamps. It was freezing cold. That was the winter of 1942. But it was a very significant moment in my life. I returned home very excited, sat on my bed, and told them all about my concert. It had changed my life.
The 900-day siege of Leningrad ended on January 27, 1944. Bombing and shelling continued right up to that day. By May 1942, 250,000 people had died. But the citizens of Leningrad knew they could win. The road of life and their will to survive was keeping Leningrad alive.
Весной 42 года
In the spring of 1942, the trams began to work again. People were crying with joy. The drivers invited everyone to ride on them. Leningrad was alive again. It was wonderful. Apart from the joy, it meant our city had won a great victory.
This is an historic moment. Commander Morse is about to enter 28-year mission to Saturn.
Navy soldier, what condition will she be in?
Then it's hard to say. We believe she's been in hypersleep for most of the voyage.
She hasn't aged a year.
How am I doing? There's another call for you, Commander.
Welcome back, Commander. Like Johnson, New York Life, I thought you might want to get together to see how you're doing financially.
So all those plans we put in place 28 years ago?
Your future is coming. Get the most out of life with New York Life.
Everyone asks, Corinthian leather? Of course, why not the best? It's the same with our new Chrysler New Yorker. It gives you everything. Powerful V6, anti-lock brakes, front-wheel drive, rich leather, 770 protection plan. And Chrysler's exclusive Crystal Key program, complete car coverage with owner care that's even better than Rolls-Royce or Mercedes. Chrysler New Yorker gives you the one thing you always wanted in a luxury car. Everything.
How many days a week do you take it?
I take aspirin twice a week. I have a touch of arthritis, so I take it often.
My doctor told me to take aspirin. For the millions who take aspirin more than once a week and are concerned about aspirin stomach upset, there's a new and better aspirin product. Try Buffered Bufferin. Better than plain aspirin because it's 100% aspirin, plus 3 buffers to help protect against stomach upset aspirin can cause.
It is better.
New Try Buffered Bufferin if you take aspirin more than once a week.
Wednesday on Special Edition NBA. Chicago's Michael Air Jordan compares powerhouse moves with Charles Barkley and Philadelphia. Live at 8:05 Eastern on the Superstation Wednesday.
Wednesday's the best. Superstation TBS. Ask the Who.
John Wayne, Robert Mitchum, Henry Fonda, Richard Burton.
Next stop, Normandy.
The longest day. 8:05 Eastern on the Superstation Thursday night.
Respect for the defenders of their homeland is instilled in young Soviets from an early age. The honor of standing guard by the grave of the unknown soldier is one these teenage pioneers cherish dearly. Youth and machine guns may seem a strange mix, but they reflect the determination of a people never to forget the price paid to win the great patriotic war. On this day, it's in everyone's thoughts. May 9th, Victory Day in the Soviet Union, marks the end of World War II. Every year on this day, Georgy Shapovsky heads for Volgograd railway station to meet again the old comrades he fought alongside in the war. It's a tense and emotional moment, for each year the band of survivors diminishes. May 9th is called the Holiday with Tears, and in Volgograd, once known as Stalingrad, it has a special importance. The Battle of Stalingrad was one of the bloodiest and most important of the war. A cruel victory for the Soviets, one that was achieved at a terrible cost, but a victory many believe to be the turning point in the Second World War. 6 months of fighting inch by inch for these ruins and a slim piece of land on the banks of the Volga River left hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians dead. In Volgograd, the very stones are considered sacred, shrines to the memory of that sacrifice.
Они уже вышли. Так они...
Здравствуйте, мои хорошие.
А мы смотрим, почему это мы ходим сюда. Устроили гонки нам.
Mamayev Hill is the focus of the veterans' reunion. In the battle for Stalingrad, it changed hands many times. Mamayev is one huge graveyard.
Seeing the memorials disturbs me. The past comes alive. It's very upsetting. I am ill for 2 or 3 weeks after the visits. I can't sleep, and I have bad dreams.
Nikolai Masnitsa was 19 years old when he fought on Mamayev Hill. He was wounded 3 times.
У нас ни в каждом, как говорится, сантиметра не было надежды.
We had no hope of surviving. People talked about the Russians' endurance, about them not caring whether they lived or died. But it's not true. We wanted to live very much, very much. But we had our orders not to retreat from the hill. As you can see, the hill is quite high. During the war, whoever had this hill had the city itself. Naturally, there was very heavy fighting for it. The ground here was trembling. It seemed that the hill would collapse from the tremors caused by the number of air raids. There isn't a place on this land where a man didn't die. The land on Mamayev Hill is sacred. Every inch of it was drenched with blood. It's difficult to remember the events without emotion. My comrades and I will meet soon. When we begin to remember the past, it is impossible to remain calm. I can't talk anymore about this difficult period. It's painful to remember.
Знакома.
I don't know how to express this feeling. It's a feeling of bliss and joy. It's a great joy to meet my friends like Georgi here. I'm also happy because other people are happy. But you know that as time passes, there are fewer and fewer of us, so each time we meet, we're sad as well. The possibility of another war disturbs us. It disturbs your life as well as ours. But we hope the leaders of our countries will come to an agreement and that everything will be all right. Politicians are paid to do this, so they should really work for peace, right?
Next year, the holiday with tears will come around once more, and Georgi's group of comrades may be fewer in number then, but their spirit will still be as strong.
Comrade Vice Admiral, Cadet Viprintsov reporting.
Vice Admiral Nikolai Konstantovich Fedorov monitors his cadets' attitude and fitness for future service.
Comrade Viprintsov, I've invited you here to discuss your studies and where you will serve in the future.
Sasha Viprintsov is 21. He's been at the academy since he was 17. Qualifying wasn't easy, but once accepted, Sasha joined a privileged 800 cadets. Privilege, that is, if rising at 6 to go jogging half naked around the streets appeals to you.
Здравствуйте, товарищи курсанты.
Sasha is specializing in navigation. He's in his last year at Frunze and will soon leave theory behind and go to sea for real. Life at Frunze means regular routines that are Navy the world over. The young ladies are chaperoned. It has the feel of a high school prom. But it's a school whose main purpose is to breed men who will defend their homeland at all costs.
We're happy to defend our country, the land that our fathers and grandfathers fought for. We'd fight off any aggressor.
But I think that at the same time, we do everything necessary to prevent such an attack. That's why our armed forces exist.
When the officer cadets eventually take command of their own ships, they will join a mighty naval force.
Прошли 320. Прошли 310.
Soviet sea power has pushed the defense of the country's borders far out into the oceans. And the men who patrol those borders will not forget the lessons of their childhood.
Нам хотелось, чтобы вы были, конечно, чуть счастливее нас.
I hope that you won't have to witness the same horrors that we witnessed. I want you to remember always when you look at the photographs in your museum. These people are no longer alive. Look around how many memorials are here in the city. And remember that the earth you walk on was stained with the blood of our Soviet people.
The memory of war will never be allowed to fade. It permeates the rituals of daily life in the Soviet Union. To forget would deny the sacrifice that others made. No one is forgotten. Nothing is forgotten.
Let's forget even the World War. We don't want war. We want to be friends with everyone. Come to visit us. We don't want even the World War to exist.
He shouts very loudly, but it's true, and he really means it.
Must the gods of war always have their way? Never again. Not here. These people hope. And so do we, for all our sakes.
American classic crackers. Quality you can see, quality you can taste, quality so golden good, we had to name them American Classic Crackers. Dairy butter, cracked wheat, toasted poppy, golden sesame. American Classic Crackers, rich, crisp, satisfying. Taste them. Discover American Classic Crackers. Quality you can see, quality you can taste.
Even with all you spend to keep your home beautiful, you may be overlooking something. Termites, hiding just beneath the surface, destroying your home from the inside out. Call Orkin.
You know, for about the price these people are having to pay to fix this one door frame, we can protect your whole house. After that, if termites ever damage your home, we'll repair it, whatever the cost. Call number 1. For termites, we just might be all the protection you'll ever need.
Mopping the old-fashioned way can seem like the biggest job in the world. You need Light and Thirsty, the revolutionary mop from O Cedar. Light and Thirsty has durable cloth strips that absorb 20% more than ordinary mop strings. It wrings out with just a twist and even stands up to machine washing and drying. So if you'd like to cut your mopping chores down to size, try Light and Thirsty from O Cedar, the best mop you've ever used, or your money back.
Everyone asks, Corinthian leather? Of course, why not the best? It's the same with our new Chrysler New Yorker. It gives you everything. Powerful V6, anti-lock brakes, front-wheel drive, rich leather, 770 protection plan. And Chrysler's exclusive Crystal Key program, complete car coverage with owner care that's even better than Rolls-Royce or Mercedes. Chrysler New Yorker gives you the one thing you always wanted in a luxury car. Everything.
Wednesday on Special Edition NBA. Chicago's Michael Air Jordan compares powerhouse moves with Charles Barkley and Philadelphia. Live at 8:05 Eastern on the Superstation Wednesday.
How peaceful it seems here now in Winter Palace Square in Leningrad. But in 1917, the revolution that changed the course of a country occurred right here. Freedom from the oppression of all the czars was now finally a reality. The hopes and dreams of the socialist revolution stirred the imagination of peoples all over the world. But what was that dream? Red Square, Moscow. The Soviet Union is celebrating the most important day of its history. November 7th, its birthday. The first day of their socialist revolution that's been going on one way or another for 70 years. New people have taken up the reins of power. Men who represent a new face of communism. Young men who are not afraid to reinterpret the words of Marx and Lenin in the light of a changing world. The birthday message this year is perestroika and glasnost. Simple words with complex meaning to all Soviets. Perestroika, reconstruction. Glasnost, openness, candor. Ideas that may be reawakening the revolutionary spirit of the Soviet people.
I think first sign of maturity is tolerance. We have been for so long time intolerant to our own people, and so now we show this tolerance. People like Gorbachev, I think they not only create perestroika, but they reflect inner need of our people for such important changes.
The most sacred and revered monument in the Soviet Union is the tomb of Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. If the father of the revolution were alive today, would he endorse the new direction his country is taking? It's a question many Soviets seriously ask. This is a time of major change in the Soviet Union. The word perestroika is on everybody's lips. Perestroika, the new thinking that the General Secretary Gorbachev is pushing for. It means reconstruction in the economy, in the way the Soviets deal with the outside world, in the way they relate with each other. But without the new spirit of glasnost, or openness, the freedom to criticize what's wrong and fix it, reconstruction cannot work. These are revolutionary ideas. How far will they go? How fast? And in what direction? We've been working and filming in this country for nearly 2 years. We've tried to show you firsthand what we've experienced. We think we have a better idea of who the Soviets are now and what kind of a nation they've tried to build since their revolution. But before we can tell you what kind of a nation they might be at the close of this century, perhaps we better take a look at the path that this country of the revolution has taken in the last 70 years.
Наконец-то, через столько лет, мы бились все эти годы, нам дали возможность вернуть имя Гумилева.
Soviet poet Yevgeny Yevtushenko is a man who's listened to.
Несмотря на то, что международная обстановка очень
He's
тяжелая.
known for his passion, his patriotism, and his outspoken views. When he begs his fellow countrymen to ignore the cynics and believe that the changes in their society are real, it's because he's worried. Worried that the progressive thinking in the Kremlin is slow to get public support. Too many seem prepared to wait and watch at a time when it's vital to stand up and be counted.
Бежала от ужасных приходится делать. И читать стихи, доливать.
Yevtushenko says that the new freedoms are hard-won gains that his generation of writers struggled for in much tougher times.
Мам, постой.
И насколько я с детства любил ваше творчество, знал про вашу биографию. Я очень благодарен.
Garry Kasparov, world chess champion, agrees that he, for one, has been greatly influenced by Yevtushenko and others like him since his early school days.
Гласность openness was not gift from the sky, from so-called upstairs to us. We worked very hard for this glasnost since Stalin's death. And I think contemporary new leaders, I don't mean only government of Soviet Union or Gorbachev himself, I mean some new generation who is getting power now in different factories, in different ministries. They were very faithful readers of poetry of our generation. In a way, we are their teachers, and economical perestroika couldn't exist without spiritual perestroika. You could not reconstruct anything in industry without reconstruction of our memory, of our history.
The country's history, both before and after the revolution, is a sensitive matter to all Soviets. For 70 years, much of it has been omitted, distorted, and deliberately rewritten. The growing pains of a young nation, deeply insecure. But the propaganda of the past is becoming unnecessary. The revolution is secure now. Still, for the country's new leaders, the timing of the truth is all important. It's a tricky path to follow, but increasingly, Soviets feel that it's essential for the young, indeed for everyone, to have an honest account of their own history. The leaders in the Kremlin today have shown a new relaxed confidence in their dealings with the West. But at home, the Soviet people are still isolated from the outside world. Television and tourism, in a limited way, tells them something about foreigners and their lifestyles. But it's no substitute for direct personal contact.
Sit down, please, gentlemen. Please smile. What do you say, cheese? My name is Valentina. I am a special photographer for tourist groups from all the world. Germany, USA, England, every year, more and more.
Is that
I
good?
don't know why, but more and more.
Is that good?
Yes, we like it. And you welcome all the people. All foreigners are welcome in Leningrad.
Foreigners, especially those from the capitalist West, have always been viewed by Soviet authorities as potentially dangerous influences. But Leningrad, purposely built on the Gulf of Finland as Russia's window on the West, was always meant to have contact with the outside world. Leningrad is the Soviet Union's second largest city. It's not an old city by Russian standards, but it's played an important part in the country's history that makes it second to none. From the outset, its very creation was a remarkable feat by an equally remarkable man. This cold and desolate corner of northwest Russia is the most unlikely place anyone might choose to build anything. But Tsar Peter the Great was not anyone. He was a man of extraordinary vision. In 1703, he began transforming the swampland into one of the most beautiful cities in the world and made it his capital. He called his new city St. Petersburg. It cost 10,000 lives and countless rubles to build. Russia's first Baltic port was the perfect base for the Tsar's newly created navy. Peter's vision was to bring Europe to Russia. All Russia was proud of their Venice of the North. 2 centuries later, the city that was once the jewel in the crown of the Russian Empire became the focus of everything the socialist revolution wanted to tear apart. Through his window on the West, Peter saw much in 18th century Europe that he admired. He brought to an inbred Russia ideas, style, and glamour, mainly French and German, that he hoped would move his country out of a dark age and into the modern world.
But contact with foreign ideas can be a double-edged sword. Peter's successors would come to curse his window on the West as the doorway that allowed French revolutionary thinking to sweep into Russia. In the middle of the 19th century, Russia was still a backward country. A privileged few lived well off the labor of desperately poor millions, and the czars lived off everyone. Confrontation between the authorities and the people was a regular occurrence in St. Petersburg. One czar was assassinated here. Others were lucky to escape. The city's Peter and Paul fortress was a notorious place of imprisonment and executions for those who dared to oppose the authorities. In the revolutionary climate of the 19th century, many radicals were kept here. When a successful revolution finally came, it started in Peter's city. This somewhat glorified view of how it all happened was made with hindsight by the great Soviet filmmaker Sergei Eisenstein. Lenin is portrayed as the heroic figure at the center of it all, and he was the genius of the revolution. But 10 years later, when this film was made under Stalin, the rewriting of history had already started. Trotsky, Lenin's co-star in the revolution, was deliberately cut out of the script for political reasons. Eisenstein's symbolic imagery was inspiring to the new Soviets. But as a piece of history, it's the stuff of legend, the kind of picture any country likes to spike the more important moments of its past with. The fact is, the start of the great socialist revolution of 1917 was not a very bloody affair. The real struggle would come later in the terrible civil war that racked the country for 3 years until 1921. Today, tourists, on their way to the famous Hermitage Museum, assault the same steps of the Winter Palace that Eisenstein used in his epic film. They outnumber the original revolutionary forces by thousands to one.
Madonna with the Flower is the original name of the painting. It was painted in 1478. It is very typical for Leonardo da Vinci because he was a revolutionary in his ways, depicting Madonna, the mother of Jesus Christ, in a typical dress of Florentine woman full of terrestrial charm. So now we can have a look at this.
It's difficult to imagine on a balmy midsummer's white night, when the sun never really sets here, that this grand old lady of a city witnessed a revolution that changed the course of history. Control. Lenin's Bolshevik Party had to create a new kind of society in old Russia. The great experiment in social engineering was about to begin. To make it work, the party needed to mold a new kind of citizen, one who would embody all the virtues of the socialist ethic, clean-limbed, right-thinking, and dedicated to the state, a kind of model superperson who would be a shining example to all. But first, there were traces of a decadent past to be removed. Religion was an early casualty of the revolution. Marxist-Leninist teachings are fundamentally opposed to man needing a spiritual God. So a deeply religious people were told that the church was unnecessary. The new ideology would provide everything. After hundreds of years, state and church parted company. The great cathedrals were commandeered and divested of their power. Many are now merely historical curiosities to most Soviets.
Leningrad's Smolny Cathedral is no longer a church, but its redecorated interior has retained a certain religious feel. This is now a shrine of a different order. Its icons proclaim a quite different message. Religion went out with the old order, and achievement came in with the new. Smolny Cathedral is a museum of industrial achievement. A new country with new values had to be built. It was expected, indeed demanded, that every citizen do his bit. Work, work, and more work was the message from the party. The legacy that Lenin left his country when he died in 1924 was the vision of a bright future, but he didn't live long enough to provide the blueprint for it. Recent re-examination of Lenin's writings suggests that his successor, Stalin, took the country down a path that was not at all what the founding father had intended. Under Stalin, Soviet society entered an era that shocked the world, and it still casts a shadow over the country today. It was a time of secret police and purges, of show trials and concentration camps. Millions of Soviets were executed or exiled. For those who survived, life was a drab and regimented affair. The injustices of the past were replaced by new ones. In the trade-off, a great deal of joy went out of life in the Soviet Union. But to say so meant that you were not right thinking. The party pressed on with its aim of creating the new Soviet man. The Superman with a healthy mind in a healthy body. The citizen who would submerge his individuality into that of the team effort. Selfless dedication for the common good is what the state demanded.
Винтик. Носочки подтянулась на ноге. Не болтайся. Рука, когда делаешь поворот, она у тебя вот здесь. Ее нужно в сторону и на ногу подняться. Встать на носочки.
Like the Jesuits and their ideas of Christian indoctrination, the Marxist method was to start with the young. Yuri Ivaziev has been competing and coaching in gymnastics for over 20 years. He understands the value of a healthy mind in a healthy body in more human terms.
No, I think it's very popular in our country, gymnastics. And kids enjoy it very much. And I think the main reason is that every day, every minute, they learn something new. This is a great challenge for them, I think. And looking around people, other people, to see they're doing something new and better than you, you want to achieve the same thing for yourself. I think it's competition with yourself.
Of course, Yuri is right when you're dealing with dedicated enthusiasts. But there are always human beings that the system can't accommodate. Individuals who have to take their own path. Bulat Akujava is one of them. In the Soviet Union, he's a living legend.
When I began writing songs, it was during the time when only official songs for the masses were being produced. So when I started to sing intimate songs about everyday life, it made an impression. People were very interested. I wrote then, and I still write really for the people of my own generation. People who remember things like the war and the cult of personality. My poetry is aimed at them. But it seems that young people are also interested.
Его так просто взять голыми руками, скоро их повыловят всегда одного.
Старался писать о себе.
I've always tried to write about my own experiences, to express my moods and my attitude to life. Then I noticed that the same questions that concern me also worry other people. It's rewarding to know that.
Akujava's poetry and music have had a profound effect on Soviet society. He understands the need for basic humanity and individual freedoms in that society. His father was executed by a firing squad in the Stalin era. His mother spent 17 years in a Gulag concentration camp. The new policy of openness has a special importance for him.
Я отношусь к этому оптимистически. Я хочу верить.
I want to believe that it's real, because it's needed very much in our society.
Что это постепенно.
I think it will gradually happen.
Я только считаю,
but it's a very complex and difficult process. It still needs a lot of effort and struggle for it to come true.
Борьбы, труда, для того, чтобы это осуществилось.
Anyway, I'm totally for it. We've got to restore more openness and democracy in our country. A normal human society can't exist without it.
Институт гласности, институт демократии, без которых нормальное человеческое общество существовать не может.
Назад прогибаемся. Прогибаемся. Назад. Машина подвинуть. Можно.
Одиночество превыше всего. И его так просто взять голыми руками, скоро их повыловят всегда одного. Когда же всех повыловят, наступит эпоха, которую не выдумать и не описать. С умным хлопотно, с дураком плохо, нужно что-то среднее.
The signs are that with the new spirit of openness, more and more Soviets are in tune with Bulat Akujava. Ordinary individuals getting what they want out of life in their own way.
У природы на устах коварные пророчества, но может быть.
The Russian Revolution in 1917 created a society that has been called the greatest experiment in social engineering the world has ever seen. The Soviets created a socialist society based on Marxist-Leninist teachings. Their goal was to give the people all the things that they had been denied under the czars. This was the first stage of the revolution, and it was controlled by the state. The ultimate goal is communism. A highly developed people giving freely all they can to a society, and in return, taking back all they need. A society where the authority of the state would no longer be needed. The changes taking place today don't mean that the Soviet Union is going capitalist. But do they mean that the first stage of the revolution is nearing completion? Or are glasnost and perestroika simply mid-course corrections? And there's a long way to go before socialism becomes communism. This beautiful 500-acre site on the edge of Moscow has all the attraction of Disneyland for Soviets. Inside the pavilions and dotted around the park is a grand exhibition of the country's achievements in industry, agriculture, commerce, and science over the past 70 years. Every republic is represented here. The Park of Economic Achievement was conceived as a tribute to the revolution and the vision of Lenin, who vowed to bring to his people all the benefits of a modern industrialized state. In the early days, the socialist revolution did deliver. Its impact was greatest in the backward areas of the country, like Central Asia. areas that had stood still for centuries. In less than one lifetime, these people had been given new towns and new homes, schools for their children, hospitals, jobs, and a sense of leaving the old world behind to join a modern state. There's no doubt, the more underdeveloped the society, the more rapid and dramatic are the effects of applied socialism. But impressive results in the early stages can also quickly level out. These people's lives have changed, and in a material sense, certainly for the better. Out in the countryside, the mud hut villages haven't totally disappeared, but famine, disease, and illiteracy have been conquered. On October 4th, 1957, the revolution chalked up another conquest. Soviet rockets put this metal ball into space. Sputnik was unmanned, but less than 4 years later, Yuri Gagarin became the first man in space, and a new Soviet hero was born. There isn't a kid in the country today who doesn't go through the crush on a cosmonaut phase. Soviet success in space has cost a lot. But the return in national prestige, not to mention the spin-off in military rocket development, has made their space program one of the country's great achievements. The fruits of the revolution are also evident in Siberia, one of the most dynamic regions of the Soviet Union. Here, at Akademgorodok, the Soviet science city, young Soviets are encouraged to develop their talents with an energy that will carry the revolution into the next century. The technology they have isn't impressive by Western standards, but their attitude is.
Did you go anywhere for your holidays? Did you go anywhere from Novosibirsk, I mean?
No, I was in Novosibirsk.
At 14, Boris Shurashev is the next generation of Soviet man in the making.
What else did you do? Did you go?
Boris is learning skills that will help his country succeed in a fast-moving modern world. All of the students at Akademgorodok's English school would like greater contact with that outside world. Boris's 18-year-old brother, Konstantin, has already experienced it. He visited the United States on a recent school trip.
Many American people we met there, and all they were very warm, very hospitable, and I will never forget the warmth of these meetings, and I hope I will see many of my friends here in the USSR. I think we must meet more and more, and we must know more about other countries. We must know more about the USA. They must know more about the USSR. We must meet more.
The revolution has given young men like Konstantin and Boris Shurashev the chance to succeed in a wider world. The kind of opportunities their grandparents fought for them to have. but there are still problems to solve. There is a crisis in the country today, one that the new leaders in the Kremlin and the Soviet people are well aware of. Standards of living have greatly improved since the revolution, but progress has halted, and in some instances is slipping back. Soviet lifestyles are not in keeping with that of a superpower, and everyone knows it. Shortages of consumer goods, unreliable distribution, shoddy workmanship, and low productivity have made many ask whether the past achievements of the revolution are good enough. Is it time to reconsider how the plans for the future will be realized, and what methods should be used? A mid-course correction seems to be a matter of extreme urgency, and this is perestroika.
Mr. Air, stand by 15 seconds here. Live in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6 to BT1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Not since the Allied effort of World War II has the Soviet Union had a strong working relationship with the West. In fact, there have been times when both sides have been dangerously close to war. During the coldest periods of the Cold War, contact between East and West was almost non-existent. Over the years, the gap of mistrust and misunderstanding has remained wide. But there are many on both sides who feel that direct contact between individuals can help overcome an ignorance and prejudice that has become a way of life.
You're backing your sails to escape Uzbeki's grasp.
Cultural exchanges, student visits, and sporting events all contribute to keep the doors of dialogue open.
After the gun went off, when he packed the lure to the Hungarians, the Soviets then escaped to the right and gained clear wind. But Uzbeki was blocked by the Hungarians, and he had to wait until his bow could cross behind the stern of the Hungarian team before he could tack to chase the Soviets. At this point, the American crew, Will Bayless and Bob Billingham, were anxious to follow the Soviets. When they got the chance, the Soviets were 3 boat lengths ahead. Come on, boys, let's go now.
Hans, what is that? Let's close the refrigerator door. Say it. What are the Russian words? Just say it to me.
Закрой.
Закрой.
Дверь.
V.
Закрой дверь холодильника.
Grigoryev.
Oh, my. R-Y-E is rye, like rye bread.
Yeah. Well,
No,
wait, in what?
Grigoria? No, Grigoria. You've got...
Ria. Yeah. Like Grigorieva.
Okay, not rye. Grigorieva. That's what it is. Grigorieva. Have me say it. Grigorieva? Grigoria. Okay. I know what I'll do.
No, it's got 10.
I know what I'll do.
In friendly competitions like this, both sides can learn at least to respect each other, no matter how fierce the rivalry. All it needs is the will to understand. But it's not easy to understand the other person if you've been brought up to believe that they are your natural enemy. Rich Rosati is from Minnesota. He's worked with Soviets in Siberia for a number of years. He tries to sell them dump trucks like this one. It's worth a lot of money to his company. David Pierce, an Englishman, is Rich's friend. David also came to Siberia to work on a contract. But he fell in love and married a Soviet. Siberia is now his home. Both Rich and David have experienced firsthand life in this country.
In America, we have no idea how they live over there, what the average life is about. We get bits and pieces of information from people that have been here.
And negative?
No, it's not all negative. There's some positive points in there, but it's more negative, I'll say that. And you have no idea.
Misinformation, or disinformation, whatever you want to call it, is, you know, the people are bearish, they never smile, they dress badly, you know, and that's the sort of information that the West sees. But if you come here, you see that people are happy, you go to the restaurant, they like to dance, they like to meet people.
They want to get on with life, we want to get on with life. We want to enjoy life. We want the material things out of life, so that they don't admit it.
They do admit, look.
No, when we talk about, come on. How many televisions do you have? I've got 2. Why do you have 2? You don't need 2. You can only watch, yeah. But you're a capitalist.
Yeah, well, they're kidding, Rich, but I mean, you know, what the hell is it?
If you have the money and it's not available, what good is the money?
Yeah, they get the basic values back to square one, and they say, yeah, now let's get friends, let's live together, let's do things.
You can drop in on a friend anytime, and they'll go out of their way. You stop in at dinner time, there's a place set right now, no questions asked. Sit down, eat, drink. If you walk in drunk and sick, that's fine, here's a bed. Sleep in my bed, I'll sleep on the couch tonight.
In the brigade I'm in, I get as much freedom, and I say what I want, as I want, and people listen.
No, I disagree with that a little bit. I think there's some leeway there because he is English. I think they are showing them some courtesies that they wouldn't show the Russian. Be honest, Dave. They've interviewed you.
Oh, sure.
And you've said things that if the average Ruski said, he'd have problems with.
At the minute, Rich, even the media, the media...
You pick on the system. You say, thank you, Dave. Would they say that to Slav? If he said it? It's in the back of my mind that I'm restricted here. I know I am. I know everything I do is watched. You watch what you do, you watch what you say, you watch how you phrase things.
He truthfully cannot see anybody stop him from visiting my flat. Look, Rich jumps on a bus there, gets up on a bus up there, and walks there.
But there's been comments on visiting your flat, Dave.
Oh, so what?
I worry about it. I don't want to get him in trouble. I know I'm leaving.
That seems like a bureaucrat trying to do his job from a handbook was printed 20 years ago, and he's trying to follow the rules.
It's Chernobyl. How long was it before they admitted it here? Before they started admitting most of the story to the West? They were still very secretive, which says they're not open as much as they try to make us believe.
Yeah, but Rich, how open do you want to be?
The truth is, the Soviet people themselves want every bit as much freedom as Rich Rosati wishes them. They know better than anyone what they've been denied over the years. But it looks like things may be loosening up under Mikhail Gorbachev. The irrepressible Russian spirit seems to be getting the opportunity to express itself more freely. It may be that there's still a great deal of caution in the air. The conditioning of years will not disappear overnight. But there are those in positions to influence others who are optimistic. A lot depends on their faith in the new policies.
Well, I'll metaphorically compare economical situation with the soil or spiritual situation with the air. I could tell you that you could change air quicker than soil, but air could transform soil itself, but soil is very stubborn. So I think glassness is easier than economical transformation of country. But without glasnost, this economical perestroika is impossible. So when we see some novels which were unpublished some years ago, when we see some films which were covered by dust, we see now, I could not say already fruits, but some flowers on the branches of the trees which we planted. It gives us hope.
In Moscow's Novodevichy Cemetery are buried the great and the good of Russia and the Soviet Union. Writers like Anton Chekhov lie side by side with cosmonauts, generals, musicians and poets, scientists, inventors. Everyone here is a kind of hero, individuals who are respected by their country. But there are times when heroes go in and out of favor. For a long time, this was a forgotten name. But historians may judge Nikita Khrushchev to have been the moving force behind much that is happening in the Soviet Union today. Khrushchev was the first Soviet leader to signal the end of the Stalin era by denouncing him and introducing policies that gave the people more freedom. The fact that Khrushchev was removed for his actions and a backlash followed doesn't mean that the seeds he planted haven't survived to this day. In one lifetime, the country of the revolution has moved from a famine-stricken, war-torn state of turmoil to become the superpower leader of a substantial part of the world. A force that we in the West fear threatens our very existence, and not without cause. Its early aim to spread the socialist revolution worldwide was unacceptable to the West. The path it chose in terms of human rights and the treatment of the Soviet people was often incomprehensible to Western thinking. But the Soviets say these are things of the past. Times have changed. It remains to be seen. 3 generations after the revolution, the Soviet Union is making moves of historic importance. The cultural and ideological position of many of its people seems to be moving in a direction that could narrow the gap between East and West. If this is perestroika, then in its own way, it's a kind of revolution. One that may prove to be just as important to the world as that of 1917. In coming of age, under a new and enlightened leader, the country of the revolution may be mellowing into a society that we can understand better and cease to fear.
They just don't want to recognize socialism as a reality. But this reality, which is very far from perfection, but this reality as alternative of your word does exist. So when we will, both sides will recognize right for existing, either for capitalist society or socialist society, for open competition, or why competition couldn't be friendly? When our society will absorb best features of your society, and your society will absorb best features of our society. That's only way of common survival.
Simon, I need to know if the mic's working up in the booth. The higher
Микрофон не работает. Приложение, так? Работает.
Надо микрофон. Понятно, все понятно.
I think we have just one alternative, or to live together or to die together. Nobody wants to die.
Soviets are different from us. But what's more important, we've shown what we have in common, what we have to share. They're not going to go away. And we're not going to go away. Doesn't that make understanding each other imperative? Is there a choice? I'm Roy Scheider.